All. It's episode 150 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and lands beyond as the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. My name's Dan, and I'm sure you've become well acquainted with me throughout the 149 episodes that preceded this, but in case you haven't, I'm the guy that does the intro, and the guy that does really all the work is Phil. How you doing, Phil?
Oh, so kind. Wildly not true either.
No, that's yeah, that is true, really. I mean, you know, to be fair, you do the artwork and the social medias, except responding to people in Facebook specifically.
Facebook. Yeah, I tend to let you do that one.
Yeah, you got to give me a little something. You a
little nugget. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
So are we doing anything special for our 150th anniversary?
No, not really. Although technically as well, what's really weird is we're coming up to 5 years of this.
Really? 5?
Yeah, we started in 2018, didn't we? May of 2018.
That's going back. We're aging. Luckily, people can't see our faces and how much.
Well, that's it. That's it. The youthful people that we once were.
Exactly. I'm sure there was no grey in my beard when I started, and now it's a good 70% grey.
That's it. You've definitely increased as it concerns the volume of grey upon your person. Yeah, no, the very, very first episode went out 20th of June 2018. So just a few months shy of 5 years, mate.
Not too bad. Not too bad at all.
Everyone loves when people who do regular content releases lament or, aggrandize relative in important numeral values. So let's not fall down that rabbit hole, and let's just talk about what we're going to talk about in this episode, which is, Phil?
Well, it's such a special episode. It's the last ever, in theory, 9th edition Codex review. We are talking about World Eaters.
Codex World Eaters, and in addition, the miniature reveals from Warhammer Day. So Commander Farsight and old... How am I supposed to pronounce his name now?
Skitrot.
The Orc. The stealthy Orc. Yes.
Yeah, so that was from the Warhammer World Open Day.
Yes.
Where they previewed those, I guess.
Where they showed those off. But before all of that, we are, of course, going to move on now to a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
I'll say from the outset, Phil, that this week's 5-star review is amongst the shorter that we've had. So, we may opt to pad it out somewhat, or you're just going to have to accept that this is a short segment. Because I know how much of a stickler you are for this, 5-star review
one at
section.
a time. We had a short one recently, didn't we? So you're definitely not doing the same one. It's another short one.
I'm fairly confident that this one has not been called out before. But where does it come from, Phil? What would give me that confidence?
I'm going to hope it's the one that we've heard about but not done yet. Audible from Germany.
No, I'm afraid not, Phil. It's not Audible from Germany. It is Apple Podcasts of Sweden.
Oh my God.
Now, do you
I
remember,
definitely don't
actually,
think we've
Phil?
done that before.
Now, this might be an inaccurate callback because it's been so long since we had this conversation, but for a while you had resigned yourself to a strategy where you were going to say Apple Podcasts of Sweden until you got it right, because you'd noticed that we had one from Sweden. I swear that was a strategy that you were enacting at one point.
I don't remember, but my memory's terrible, so it could be the case.
It could be that, or I'm making it up. Maybe
Exactly.
one of our kind listeners who has only recently listened to that exchange can illuminate us by sprinkling words in the comments to that effect. But regardless, this 5-star review comes from Apple Podcasts of Sweden, left by an individual called Salomon Track and Field, which I assume is a reference to the old Track and Field video games. Phil, did you play the old Track and Field video games?
I'm sure I did. Is that the one where you've got to bash like left and right to make the person run?
That is
or A and
precisely
B, whatever
right.
it was. Yeah,
absolutely.
no, I did on the old NES.
Well, potentially on the NES, on various other home computers. The arcade machine was quite infamous as well. But I have to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure if the beginning of it, the Salomon, is in any reference to Track and Field. Maybe that was like a distributor or publisher name in the land of Sweden. Maybe that's where that came from.
Maybe.
Or by looking it up on the internet, it's just a type of shoe by all accounts.
Oh, maybe they're actually just into running, and like that's the brand of shoe that they wear for track and field, as in an actual physical activity.
No, that can't be. No one who is engaged in any actual physical activities will be listening to this podcast, surely. Never. Anyway, the point is that thank you, Salomon Track and Field, for leaving a 5-star review. We'll get to it in a moment, but before we do, got to do the spiel. If you'd like to be like this individual and leave us a 5-star review, please do, because eventually we'll call you out in this segment, because we have no shame. Additionally, massive thank you to our patrons. We are aware that we are in the business of owing another piece of exclusive content. We're working on the Age of Sigmar wrap-up. I'll be honest, I've just been so busy at the moment with life and all of the, component parts of it. I've just struggled to find the time to sit down and do a proper editing session.
You're not allowed to have a social life, Dan. This is
No, I know.
This comes first. Fun comes second.
That's it. Well, I do really enjoy editing, which is fortuitous because, I do an awful lot of it these days. But, no, what was I going to say? Like, the thing is I need like a good solid 10-hour, I need a day where I've got nothing else going on. I can just sit doing it, because I edited the intro and army list overview, at least in terms of the structure of it. And that took a good couple hours. It's when you add video to things, it just adds a layer of additional complexity, because you can't just do what I do a lot of when I edit this podcast, which is just chop words mid-sentence and then kind of stitch them together.
That's how you make me say all those silly things.
That's it. Yes.
Dan is the best.
Exactly. Yes, absolutely, Phil.
I love him.
I don't know if I'd have you declaring your love to me, but then who knows what that will have actually turned into after I've had my way with it. But anyway, look, long story short, thank you very much to the patrons. Really appreciate your support. Obviously, we don't expect support from you guys. We just appreciate you listening. But obviously, if you would like to support us, Patreon is there. And obviously, we'll do what we can to show our love and appreciation to those that can support us by continuing to produce and deliver some exclusive content, which we will be doing probably in the next couple of weeks. As I say, I just need to find that window of time where I can just really sort of smash out that edit. And then, merchandise. We have that. So check the links below, t-shirts and things. Should you want to show off to your friends, family, and random strangers walking beside you as you go through your day-to-day existence, you can have a t-shirt that says "Look Out Sir" on it and be the envy of all of those individuals. Perhaps. Anyway, that's all of it, isn't it, Phil? Did I miss anything out?
No, I think that was everything. Spot on.
Beautiful. All right, cool. So let's get into it. Salomon Track and Field says, love it, 5 stars. Transitional noise is now part of my everyday life. And that's literally the entirety of the review. I told it was short.
Wow.
Transitional noise, which I will assume is noise, is now part of my everyday life. And we appreciate that. We are glad that the transitional noise is part of your everyday life. Long may that continue. And obviously, thank you for your support. Phil, would you like to elaborate and or add additional thanks to our friendly friend from across the pond in that there Swindon?
Always. Salomon, well done. Thank you very much. Glad you like transitional noise. It's something we've always been an advocate of. In fact, I've been trying to get Dan to teach for 5-star intros for just doing transitional noises. I think they're better. I prefer the transitional noise. It's just iconic. It's like the TARDIS flying through space. Yeah. So thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy it. And, there'll be plenty of them in this episode. In fact, I keep meaning to. I'll get around to it one day. The transitional noise T-shirt. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I reckon. Like we should do something artsy with it. Like get a sound wave of the noise and kind of just
That's what I imagined it would be. Is a sound wave plus the words transitional noise.
Maybe not even transitional noise though, just the sound wave. And if you know, you know.
Yes, possibly, or a phonetic spelling of woo.
That's also true. That's also true.
That could work. Yeah.
Transitional noise. Also, thank you. We said it already, but anyway, transitional noise. All right, there, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the podcast, episode 150. As I've already said in the intro, no doubt, but this is the first bit we've recorded, so I felt like reminding Phil that that's the episode number. I don't know if it holds any great significance to you, Phil.
Big special number. Big round number.
Indeed. Only 50 more to go, and then 200. I probably said that already as well. There you go. Anyway, I know. What will we do to mark the occasion? Probably nothing of any great significance, as is always the way. We're going to talk about World Eaters, Phil. Now, Phil hasn't got his World Eaters book yet, so effectively the way it's going to go is I'm going to read some World Eaters stuff to Phil, and we're going to debate it. The really great thing about this World Eaters book, a lot of people are saying that this is what we can expect from the next edition of 40k, but then a lot of people are also saying all sorts of mad things about what the next edition of 40k is going to be. So it seems like there's no actual kind of hard and fast rule concerning what next version of 40k will be. Some believe it will look like this. Some believe that it'll be something altogether very different. What it ends up being, we'll wait and see.
Who knows? I was going to say, so last episode we talked about the complete inability to get access to World Eaters and Arcs of Omen, Abaddon. The very next day, Games Workshop makes a liar out of us by putting them back on sale on their website, not on any of the independent stockists, because I think they still haven't been supplied them. So I've managed to put an order in for Arcs of Omen, Abaddon, and I did that one before I did World Eaters, weirdly, and that one hasn't even been dispatched yet, so I'm still waiting on that one. World Eaters is due tomorrow, just in time for us to maybe, get halfway through the Codex review. Who knows how long this will take us. I imagine it's quite small, so we might do it in one go, in which case, what a waste of that purchase. And also, shout out to one of our lovely patrons. They actually not offered to buy us a Codex, but they did tell us that their local Games Workshop stockist has copies of them in stock, and was just letting us know if we wanted to buy it via them. So that was very nice of them, letting us know about our stock troubles and helping us out, so thanks very much. Sorry, back to you, Dan. I was doing a little segue.
No, it's really nice. And obviously, thank you very much to whomever that individual was. Did we have a name for them, or we just...
If you give me 1 second to double check my the Instagram.
His personal logs.
Dig it out. Yes. Captain's log of the USS Lookout Sir.
The USS Lookout Sir. That'd be a fantastic Star Trek, ship name. The flagship of the Federation, or the fleet. Yeah, because there's different things, isn't there? There's Starfleet, and then there's the United Federation of Planets, I think. I'm not necessarily as swatted up on Star Trek as maybe I should be.
True. Oh, I don't know if I found it.
This is definitely taking more than 1 second, Phil.
Sorry. Trying to find messages in Instagram, especially when it's across both my own and yours, because people message us on both. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. So I'm sorry, whoever you are, I can't remember your name and I can't find it at the last minute notice that Dan's, asked, basically.
I mean, it's hilarious given the fact that I actually edit this podcast and you could have taken as much time as you wanted, but I'm going to leave it in as is. So we can now get on with talking about Codex World Eaters. So yeah, basically the World Eaters Codex is a convenient little tome in so much as it's actually quite a nice streamlined book. We'll get into that as we get into it. But it's actually quite a nice, concise, addition to the Warhammer 40,000 pantheon of codexes. I haven't read it in excruciating detail up to this point, but I have conversed with many people about its many virtues. So I am intrigued to read it for myself now with you, Phil, and kind of go through it and see how it kind of ticks. I mean, it's worth saying from the outset, right? Like, there is little more quintessential 40k than the World Eaters, right? Like, World Eaters have essentially been the bedrock of Warhammer 40,000 for as long as I've been engaged with it, right? Some of the most iconic artwork and imagery that depicts this war-torn hellscape that is Warhammer 40,000 has been beautifully personified by World Eaters across the board, I would assert.
Yeah, I would say Khorne is the god that gets the majority of the love, at least historically. Maybe less so in more recent years with the release of like Death Guard and Nurgle and Tzeentch all getting their decent Greater Demon kits. But whenever they were prioritising a god model or unit to do with said god, it would tend to be Khorne. That would be the quintessential 40k god, because it's, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, right? Everyone knows about it, much more than the others. And as you say, it sums up what 40k is, which is a hellish landscape of blood and violence. So I can see why World Eaters are the poster boys. So much so that they basically made them the poster boys for Age of Sigmar 1, right? When they did the
Blades of Khorne. Yeah.
The Blades of Khorne, which were effectively World Eaters as humans.
Yeah, well, they kind of hedged their bets, didn't they, at the start of Age of Sigmar, in so much as they were like, here's Blades of Khorne and here's Sigmarines, the Stormcast Eternals. Because, once upon a time, Chaos Warriors were easily some of the most popular stuff that Games Workshop had, certainly in the world of fantasy. And then, obviously, Space Marines are very popular in the world of 40k. So I guess, whichever way the die had sort of been cast, if it was that they were going to realise that people really fell in love with the Khornate Chaos Warrior stuff, or they really loved the Stormcast. I mean, it felt like from the outset that the Stormcast were gonna be the ones, right? They seemed like they were the chosen children, but the point is that, they definitely had opportunities to go in either direction. But that's not what we're talking about today. We're going to talk about World Eaters. So we'll start with the cover. Again, as I said from the outset, some of the most iconic and beautiful 40k. I mean, beautiful is maybe a very divisive word, but the point is some of the most iconic imagery of 40k has been made up of images of, members of the World Eaters. I don't think this is amongst it. I don't think this is on that level. It doesn't, I'll be honest with you, it feels like one of the things I've always really loved about like Khorne artwork and some of the champions of Khorne has always been the way that it's really focused in on specific, not heroes, obviously, villains, like characters that, occupy this really menacing, really kind of foreboding space. Now, this is just, a mad old image of a big old berserker wielding two axes, basically sliding down a mountain of skulls that I suppose they had made themselves, as it were. They're kind of losing their footing. There's so much death underneath them. It's difficult for them to maintain their balance. And then, as is, customary on these newer Dex covers, with a few exceptions, they've chucked in a lot of extra kind of detail, which is lovely. I mean, there's lots of really nice stuff that you can pour into and kind of observe. But I don't know, it's weird in a way. I suppose weirdly, right? Because if you go into the actual book and you find other kind of imagery that, in my opinion, sort of better depicts, the forces of Khorne. There's a piece of artwork, Phil, that I showed you before we started recording.
Oh, yeah.
So I was speaking. And that as an image, which I will find momentarily. Apparently, I won't find momentarily. Apparently,
you're gonna edit this one out, or you're gonna keep it in as well?
No, Phil. This is how it is. But yeah, this image here on page 25 for those of you reading along at home. Like, this to me is some of the more impressive artwork when it comes to the World Eaters, because we know that the World Eaters are crazy, and we know that the World Eaters are out to start smashing stuff up and, collecting skulls and, having rivers of blood running and all this kind of mad stuff. The thing that I actually like about this sort of artwork with the old school sort of style imagery is it's more in these moments of kind of calm reflection that they almost become more terrifying, because there's so much kind of like violence and potential horrors in this kind of image. Whereas this feels like, as a cover, a little bit too literal. It's sort of like, yeah, running around smashing stuff. Whereas the imagery where it's like, a moment of contemplation before the bloodshed to come kind of creates a more kind of interesting dynamic, it's fair to say.
Yeah. Overall, in terms of the artwork in the book, is it mostly new artwork? Because it is kind of like a new faction, right? The World Eaters haven't historically had their own codex before, at least for many editions. I mean, I can only assume there was like a kind of maybe a Chaos supplement back many years ago, but I don't think they've had like a solo release like they're currently getting now, right?
Yeah, so World Eaters as a kind of faction within the game of 40k. So in the history of it, like, they were kind of like poster children around the sort of second edition era, although again they always sort of played second fiddle to Abaddon.
Yeah, and Black Legion,
Yeah, and Berserkers were just kind of a unit within the Legion and within the Black Legion. So, again, they started to become more realised, I suppose, around 5th edition times. I think they started to bring them out. I mean, Khan the Betrayer has always been this really kind of iconic character in the world of 40k. But again, he's just one of the ensemble, whatever it is,
ensemble.
of Abaddon's mates, as it were. So it's like, back in the day, it was him, Fabius, and the three of them just sort of hung out together and
drinking buddies.
Yeah. But then around sort of 4th to 5th edition, they started to layer in other characters like Typhus and other things. Not that they didn't exist in the lore before, but they started fleshing them out, and they started to do a better job of establishing the individual legions. So in 7th edition, we got Khorne Demonkin, which weren't World Eaters. They were just a Khornate Chaos Space Marine warband that was really, really into Khorne, and used their bloodshed to summon demons, which was super interesting. And then we got, and I'm going to forget the exact name of it because it's been so long since I've looked through the old 7th edition books, but in 7th edition as well, there was a campaign which was, I think it was called Traitor's Bane, I'm going to say. There were 2 of them. It was a 2-parter.
Yeah.
It was about the Crimson Slaughter predominantly, and their, I'll call it ascension into the Black Legion. So like the Crimson Slaughter got rolled up into the Black Legion due to various accolades during that. And there was a lot of Blood Angel stuff associated with it. But there was also quite a lot of stuff with Khorne, like Khan and all of his berserkers were there. And they started introducing more kind of broader Khornate rules for things in that one. I think it was Traitor's Bane. But I can't remember for certain.
Yeah, I've got a vague recollection of it, but as you say, can't remember what it was called.
Yeah. But the point is, though, is that since then, not really had too much love. Obviously, 8th edition came around and it was all Death Guard. We had Thousand Sons at the end of 7th edition as well. They got like a full force, and that was the thing. But yeah, no, up until recently, the World Eaters have been in a sort of similar spot to where Emperor's Children are right now, which is waiting for something to happen.
Yes.
Although more has happened with Khorne and, berserker-themed type armies than has happened with Emperor's Children.
Yeah, I was convinced that for a very long time that Emperor's Children was always going to be the next one to get some love, because the before we had Thousand Sons, it was all to do, like the cycle of the Space Marine chapters. We had Thousand Sons, then we had Death Guard, and now we've got World Eaters. But I was convinced it would be Emperor's Children because they were actually doing the gods first, and the Chaos Space Marine chapters came second. So we actually had a whole bunch of Khorne Demon releases and Greater Demon releases first, which was obviously 440k and Age of Sigmar. Then we had Tzeentch and Thousand Sons. Then we had Nurgle followed by Death Guard. So it felt like they've already done Khorne. It would make sense that the next one would be Emperor's Children. And I think I've been banging on about that since before 8th edition. So it's well overdue. Obviously, now we've got Khorne being done again with their Space Marine chapter. So Emperor's Children is clearly going to be on the cards at some point in the future, whether it will be next edition or 2 editions time, who knows. It will be interesting to see when that's done.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one of the things that's super interesting about this range as well is like it's a very limited range, right? I mean, they've definitely had to lean more into the model range of regular Chaos Space Marines to flesh it out. We can get into some of that up to this point.
Like the Terminators and stuff like that.
Terminators, the vehicles, the Hell Brutes, the Mauler Fiends and Forge Fiends and Hell Drakes and all that kind of stuff. It's a really interesting release in that regard. I mean, we've already sort of reviewed the miniatures during various other episodes, so we won't drastically retread that, but there are definitely standouts, which are kind of the quintessential Khornate identifiers, which is the Berserkers and the Juggernauts. They're phenomenal. The Berserker miniatures are by far and away some of the most beautiful Space Marine miniatures available. They just, again, it's just a really incredible kind of appreciation and respect for the history of the range, but just brought back to life in an incredibly like visceral and amazing way. Like, I think Berserkers are amazing, and the Juggernaut Lords, oh my god, they're just fantastic. Like, these new Juggernaut Lords are amazing, and to be fair to him as well, Angry Ron, gorgeous miniature as well. So I think they've got some real hits on their hands in terms of this range. It's just let down by the 8-bound, which look ridiculous, and the jackals.
They're the super muscular, like, jacked up.
Possessed things, yeah.
I don't mind the jackal. I think the cultists, I know you don't like them. I actually really like the cultists.
Oh, you really like them?
I'm going to try and go to my local Games Workshop store in the next month to try and get a freebie mini, because they're doing one of those, basically.
Are they?
For this miniature of the month.
Maybe you'll get the big one.
Oh,
With
yes,
yeah,
because there's the big guy. Yes, no, I wouldn't mind him, actually. He'd be quite sweet for like a little kill team character, I think. Yeah, so that would be nice.
Yeah, I'm not super into the Jackal minis. I just don't. I mean, they're all right, but they're not for me. And yeah, the 8-bound look real dodge.
Yes, yeah. I think if I was to probably pick a Chaos faction to do of like the main pantheons, I like Angron as a mini probably more than the other Primarchs. Even though when I first saw it, I was like, nah, he's all right. I'm not entirely. I still think some of the wings
is still pretty incredible, man. Like, that is a gorgeous.
Oh yeah, no, it is completely. I think it's sort of almost like more detailed, but I like the idea of just having something like a rock. A big stompy model that's just going to charge at things and being like, I'm going to smash you. I like that sort of dumb simplicity of Angron that appeals to like a playstyle that I guess I don't normally do with like Guard and stuff, or even Marines. It's just is Marines on steroids when Marines are already on steroids, I guess, probably. So yeah, I there's something about them that's quite appealing for sure.
Yeah, man. I think that's the thing. It's like it's a really interesting army. I think the thing is with it at the moment is it definitely feels like it needs another wave of something.
I'm sure that's going to happen.
Yeah, well, Death Guard at the moment are in an incredible spot now where they feel like a relatively well fleshed out range, but even they're limited, right? And they've got a good array of their own vehicles and characters. Where they're let down is that they've got like a troops choice, which is Plague Marines and Poxwalkers. So they've got like that, and then they've got a couple of flavors of Terminators. So like it's, you know, in terms of their kind of core like infantry propositions, it's like, oh, okay, we've
not many choices,
yeah, but they make up for it because they've got all the characters, and then, you know, and then the vehicle range is actually pretty stellar within the Death Guard. But that's the thing with these guys, really, when you boil it down, you're talking about 3 boxes. So you're talking about Berserkers, Jackals, and 8-bound, and then everything else is just sort of layered on top. It's actually oddly slightly better than the Thousand Suns. The Thousand Suns are really weak because it's rubrics and
Zangors.
Scarab cults, and then yeah, and then a bunch of Age of Sigmar miniatures repurposed. They're like, oh god, just take some Zangors.
Because they don't even have like their own vehicles, do they? No. They've just got generic chaos vehicles, which is sort of makes sense. Like with Death Guard, it really works that they have their own unique vehicles. I think with World Eaters and Thousand Suns, having generic chaos Space Marine like vehicles and flyers and dreadnoughts kind of makes sense. I'm happy with that. I don't think they need faction specific ones. Would it be cool if they had at least one though? Yeah, probably. But they don't need to go wild in the same way that they had done with Death Guard. Yeah.
But it'd be nice to see something a little bit more unique for them in other places, right? But again,
for sure.
Again, the Thousand Suns are where they are. They were kind of like
because they were like the first ones.
They were the first ones, yeah. And Death Guard was obviously the poster child of 8th edition, so they really benefited from a very solid range release, and hopefully these guys get some more love as time goes on. But what they've got is really good. So I think, ultimately, I say it's really good. 2 out of the 4 things they got was very, very good. Well, 3 out of the 5 things. The Juggernaut, the Berserkers, Agron, fantastic. Jackals and A-Bound, but they're very seemingly good options for in-game purposes, which I guess we'll get onto now, I suppose. And the other thing is the imagery there of the Combat Patrol, just to start things off, demonstrates a really good value proposition. I've not seen if the Combat Patrol has been released yet, but I assume it has been, but here in the image, it's 2 boxes of Berserkers, 1 box of Jackals, and the Juggernaut Lord, which is a phenomenal starting point for your collection. I mean, that's a good quality Combat Patrol right there. So exciting. So from the outset, I don't know exactly off the top of my head exactly what's different about this army, but I do know it's different because they made a bunch of tweaks to the way Warlord traits work, the way that relics work. So there's definitely some changes here, which we're going to get into. Hopefully it all kind of becomes super clear as I start reading through it. But from the outset, the reason why a lot of people talk about this as being a reflection of what 10th edition is going to be is through a lot of these kind of like design
in terms
concepts.
of streamlining, like the number of stratagems and stuff that they had. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about like, so originally there was World Eater rules that would have been available in the Chaos Codex plus Psychic Awakening, and then that was all repackaged in one of the Warzone books, which is now obviously subsequently nullified, but the Khorne stuff, World Eaters, got redone, or some of the data sheets got redone as a White Dwarf index, not Index Astartes, would be Index Hereticus, I think it would have been called. So that was the current go-to way to play World Eaters, because I remember our boy Tim wanted some of those rules because he loves the World Eaters, and now these rules obviously supersede those ones, and that's where the core rules have changed for the data sheets and stuff. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how potentially some of the sort of mechanics and the structural layout of the army and the codex itself might reflect the direction of 10th edition, which has always been the case in terms of when we talk about like power creep and stuff, and let's say rules creep, right? So, it was only halfway through this edition, I think, with the Tau Codex, you had the introduction of just weapons, especially shooting weapons that weren't special one-off things, that introduced ignore invuln saves as a games mechanic, and that got built on in subsequent codexes, because obviously it was an idea that they came up with halfway through the edition. They were like, cool, we like this, we're going to use it in other codexes, like Votan, for example, and even Guard has it on their Vanquishers. So you can always tell from the progression of codex to codex, the development cycle and the direction of where the designers are going and thinking about the game. So you would assume that this would potentially reflect what's going to happen in 10th, but as you've said, it might not. 10th might go in a completely different, crazy direction.
These are the variables. But anyway, let's get into the army rules. So we have battle forged rules. A World Eaters detachment is one that only includes models with the World Eaters keyword, except for Agents of Chaos and Unaligned. World Eaters detachment gain Chosen of Khorne and Mere Mortal abilities. Troop units in World Eater detachments gain Objective Secure. Standard stuff. Chosen of Khorne. You can include a maximum of 1 Demon Prince unit in each World Eaters detachment in your army. Mere Mortals, you cannot include more Cultist units than Butcher Astartes core units in each World Eaters detachment in your army. So effectively, that's just your usual restrictions about how you build stuff.
Yeah, like Death Guard has that. And,
Death Guard have that. Chaos Space Marines have that. I assume Thousand Sons have it with Zangors. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'd assume so. Yeah.
You'd assume so. Well, I don't think they get cultists in Thousand Sons. They just get the
no,
chicken
weirdly,
men.
yeah, they just get Zangors, which is their themed version of cultists, I guess.
There you go. So, yeah, and obviously 1 Demon Prince, which, again, makes sense, right? So, there you go. When mustering your army, if it includes 1 or more World Eaters detachments, you must select one of the following sets of sub-faction rules for your army to use for the duration of the battle. Make a note of any sub-faction rules your army is using in your army roster. World Eaters, which is page 46 through 47, or Disciples of the Red Angel, which is pages 48 through 49. Note that these rules including additional restrictions that apply when mustering your army. So if you're taking Disciples of the Red Angel, there are a bunch of restrictions to it. So it's kind of like an army of renown, but it doesn't.
Is this an Angron specific thing?
This is an Angron specific list. I mean, it would probably make sense to get into that, but there is just one last little paragraph of text before we get there. So let's get through that, and then we'll go through that stuff. So when selecting one of these sets of sub-faction rules, World Eaters units and World Eater detachments in your army gain Relentless Rage Legion trait, found in both sets of sub-faction rules, and you gain access to all other rules found in sub-faction rules you selected. These may include relics. When mustering your army, if a World Eater's character model is your warlord, you can give one of these relics to a World Eater's character model from your army, instead of selecting a relic from any other source. Note that some relics replace pieces of existing war gear. Blah 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 blah. It's a relic. Everyone knows how those work. Warlord traits. If a World Eater's character model is your warlord, you can give it one of these warlord traits instead of any other source, which at the moment is just Inspiring Leader, then Stratagems. So there you go. Lastly, we've got abilities here, so I may as well just say these because we'll get into the list in a second. We've got Demon Engine. So Demon Engines have 5+ invulnerable saves, and in your command phase, this model regenerates 1 lost wound. Handy. And Warp Strike. During deployment, you can set up these... It's Deep Strike. There you go. It's actually quite a handy word, Warp Strike. It's very close to Deep Strike. So,
yeah, it sounds pretty cool. You can tell what it's doing. It's coming from the warp.
Yeah. What is the unique ability of the army, though, and the thing that probably needs talking about in a little bit more detail?
Smash 'em up.
It is essentially called
Chop
Smash
'em
'em
up.
In the form of Blood Tithe. The Blood Tithe.
Yes.
So those of you who were fortunate enough to play Khorne Demonkin in 7th edition, cool people like myself did that. Mate, honestly, they were one of my favourite armies ever because they were amazing. It was just a fun gimmick. But anyway, the point is that we had Blood Tithe points in the Khorne Demonkin. Now they have them in the World Eaters. My assertion will be from the outset that they work quite differently from how they worked in the Khorne Demonkin back in the day. But I've not read them yet, so let me explain it to you, Phil. So if every unit in your army has the World Eaters keyword, excluding models with the Agents of Chaos and Unaligned keywords, you gain the Blood Tithe points, BTP, over the course of the battle, as described below. So each time a unit is destroyed, you gain 1 Blood Tithe points. And it's important to note that each time a unit is destroyed, it is not specific about whether that unit was friendly or an enemy. So
it could be either.
Exactly. 1 Blood Tithe point for something dying. At the end of each phase, if any character, monster, or vehicle units were destroyed that phase, you gain 1 additional BTP. And at the end of each phase, if any Titanic units were destroyed, you gain 1 additional BTP. So basically, kill a unit, it's worth 1 BTP. If it happened to be a character, you'll gain an additional BTP. And if it happened to be Titanic, you'll get another one again.
So,
however,
if you killed Angron, that's 3 BTP points.
he is not Titanic.
Is he not
So-
Titanic?
He is not Titanic. He's a big boy, but he's not Titanic.
That's madness.
He's a middling monster.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
In the olden days, he might have been considered Titanic, but not now.
Yes, because I mean he's technically probably scaled bigger in his old, even albeit small, epic miniature. But yes, he's not quite. Yeah, interesting. Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to think because I presume the others aren't either, like Magnus and Mortarion. I assume
No, neither of those are Titanic.
they're just big monsters, right?
They're just monsters, yeah.
Well, that's fair enough. Yeah, because I guess it's probably similar in height to like a Wraith Knight, and that would be Titanic. So fair enough. I'll accept that ruling. Yeah.
I think a Wraith Knight is Titanic.
What? No.
Maybe.
No, because that's just a knight. I don't think it was Titanic.
Yeah, but knights are Titanic.
No, gods. Yeah, okay, weird then. Maybe I think it should be Titanic.
I mean, I'm saying these things like I know he's not Titanic. Let me just check the rule because, I do have the book in front of me. I can tell you for certain.
I mean, only one of us does.
Exactly. So I will tell you whether he is a Titanic creature. He is not. Oh, interestingly, he's got warp locus. I didn't know that. Okay. Oh, well, there you go. So he synergizes with demons a bit better, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
But he's worth 2 points if he dies.
He's worth 2 points if he dies.
Yeah.
He's a character and a monster, but being a character and a monster is still only worth 1.
Yeah.
Regardless of consequence. So if you were a character, monster, or vehicle, you only get 1. So if you killed 4 characters in a turn, you'd get 4 points for killing 4 characters, but you wouldn't get 8 points for killing 4 characters.
So it doesn't. So it does stack though. So it's not worded. If you kill a character at the end, you score 1. So the max you can score every turn is not 3, because you're not just ticking those off. It's
No.
Time
So
you do it.
You'll get a BTP for killing a thing. So if you killed 4 characters, you get 4 BTP because you killed 4 units.
Yeah.
But you would only get 1 for killing a character.
Okay.
So regardless of the fact that you
So the
characters.
Titanic and the character you can only do once
per turn.
and then and the rest is per unit. Okay, right, that makes sense.
Yeah, and it applies during both player turns though. So if you kill a character in your opponent's turn, you'll get that. You'll
There's
get
a
that
new
BTP
one.
then.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
So it's
nice.
every turn. So yeah, so it's sort of because I guess it stopped it from being ridiculous. Because I suppose if you ran into
Did you just swear down?
no, I didn't swear, did I?
I
I said it stops it from being ridiculous.
I thought you said it stops being ridiculous.
Oh, did I say poo in a rude way?
Yes, I think you did.
No, I thought I said it.
Maybe you slurred the 2 words into
That
one
could be
to sound
possible.
like.
That could be possible. I'll tell you what,
it
Phil.
was.
I will
Okay.
note the time. And I will deal with it accordingly.
Okay.
Anyway, the point is, that's how it works. So that's fun and interesting. So you can, I mean, the thing is, right, killing units is not especially difficult for this army, right? And I suppose the thing is that, if you can murk 3 units and one of them happens to be a vehicle, that's 4 blood tithe points pretty quickly. So, that gets you going in a good way. And yeah, I mean, it seems relatively, and I suppose as well, if you wanted to, and again, I've not looked into it yet, but there's probably some cheapy units you can chuck into your army just to throw at people to get blood type points as well. It's like, oh, here's a cultist. Go eat that cultist for my blood type points, please. Because that's certainly what we used to do in the old Khorne Demonkin days. We used to be like, oh, here's our unit of cultists. Off it goes. Go and die. Get me some blood type points, please, lads. So, yeah. At the end of each phase, after gaining any blood type points, you can spend them to purchase a blessing of the blood god. I find it quite absurd that the blood god would be giving out blessings, but that is what the blood god bestows. You can purchase as many of these blessings of the blood god as you wish during the battle. You can only purchase one per phase, with the exception of Reborn in Blood. See right. You can only purchase each blessing of the Blood God once per battle. Oh, fine. So with the exception of Reborn in Blood, you can only purchase these blessings once per battle. Each blessing of the Blood God has an associated BTP cost. If you do not have enough BTP for the blessing, you cannot purchase it. There you go. When you select a blessing of the Blood God, its BTP cost is deducted from your total. So, we first of all have Spiteful Nullification for 2 BTP. The Blood God burns protective runes into the flesh of his chosen warriors. I won't do the flavor text for anything. I just mistakenly read it as if it was rules. Until the end of the battle, each time a World Eater model from your army would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, roll 1d6 and a 5+, that wound is not lost. So basically, you do that and it lasts all game. You got 5 up against mortals.
Pretty good.
Really good. For 2 blood type points as well. It's not very hard to get. And then, spend that, bam, living the life. So that's pretty reasonable. For 4 blood type points, we've got Warp Blades. Until the end of the battle, each time a World Eater's model from your army makes a melee attack, improve the armor penetration characteristic of that attack by 1. So that's 4 blood type points, and that's increasing your AP for the entire game.
Wait,
it's pretty good.
So you do it once, but it increases your AP for the whole game, not for the turn?
Yeah, for the whole game.
Oh, okay. All right, because I was going to say 4 is quite a lot for a turn, but yeah, whole game, that's really good. And
yeah, so until the end of the battle...
And all of them you can only do once anyway, right? So
yeah. So you can only do it once. Well, with the exception of Reborn in Blood, which we'll get to in a moment. For 3 blood type points, we have Rage-Fueled Invigoration. Good old Rage-Fueled Invigoration. Until the end of the battle, add 1 to charge rolls made with World Eater units from your army. Again, very good.
For an army that just wants to charge all the time, yeah, pretty good.
Indeed. 5 blood type points will get you Martial Excellence. Until the end of the battle, each time a World Eater's model from your army makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. Yikes.
Ooh.
I mean, that's pretty tasty, isn't it? Drop 5 blood type points on that. Exploding 6s. Crikey. Another 5 blood type point ability, Savage Guidance. Until the end of the battle, each time a melee attack is made by a World Eater's model from your army, add 1 to the attack's hit roll. I mean, this is all very, very useful.
Yes.
4 blood type points, Wrathful Devotion. There you go. Or Wrathful Devotion, maybe.
Sounds about more right.
Yeah. It almost certainly isn't Wraith. Anyway, until the end of the battle, each time a World Eater's model from your army would lose a wound, roll d6 on a 6, that wound is not lost. Okay. You become a bunch of Iron Warriors out of the blue. Not Iron Warriors, sorry. Iron Hands. There you go.
Yeah.
And then for 6 blood type points, we have Total Carnage. Until the end of the battle, each time a melee attack is made by a World Eater's model from your army, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds. Ooh.
You can become guard all of a sudden. So is that all of the generic ones? And then
that is all of them except for Reborn in Blood.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're all pretty good, and you'll struggle to, choose which ones you want to pick, because you won't be able to pull them all off in a game unless it's a very big game like Apocalypse. That seems pretty. You've got lots of choices. Like, there's no bad options in there, I think.
I mean, Spiteful Nullification is one of those things where it's like, okay, cool, I'm up against an army that does a lot more wounds. Yeah. Situationally, you're going to chuck that in. But you can probably say that's not one you're going to be using all the time. Yeah. Adding 1 to your charge rolls, I don't necessarily imagine that's massive, but it could be in certain circumstances.
Especially if you're deep striking stuff. So I know, obviously with Reborn in Bloods, a lot of people...
We haven't said Reborn in Blood yet, Phil. Don't spoil it.
Oh, okay. I know it would combo well with that, though.
Yes, I've heard that too. I think, look, at the end of the day, adding to the AP is pretty big. Getting that off early on, so the warp blade, so you've got the extra AP on the hits, that's good. But yeah, obviously, I mean, if you can push for total carnage, I mean, that's terrifying. Auto wounds. I mean, again, I obviously haven't read the stats for the berserkers and stuff just yet, but historically they get a lot of attacks. So, you know, if you're swinging a lot of dice at people and you're getting auto wounds on 6s, it's pretty meaningful. Yeah, that's a very good selection of abilities. You know, there's nothing in there that you go, oh no, I'm not going to be able to reap the benefits of that. And then Reborn in Blood. Place a destroyed aggro model from your army into the Blasphemous Reserves, which is the warp strike ability, basically. Put it back in reserves with 8 wounds remaining. That model has no longer considered to be destroyed. You can set it up again in your reinforcement step as if it had warp strike ability. So yeah, there you go. 6 blood type points at any point in the game. So you just put Agron in your army and he dies, and then at some point you go, oh, about around 5, may as well have him back, you know.
Yeah, I remember watching, I think it was the Tabletop Tactics. They did one when the Codex first came out a while ago now. And pretty much Angron died most turns, but the fact that just him dying alone gives you 2 blood type points, that was always enough to get them back up to 6. So every turn he died, but every turn he came back pretty much for the whole game, which is pretty interesting.
Just to say it, I mean, we may as well get into this little tactical nuance, right? So there's been this debate within the competitive scene about what is good within World Eaters, and I've been talking a lot to different friends about this. I think Agron is essential in any World Eaters army, just to basically put it out there. I think there are some builds that people were sort of looking at that center around different warlords, but I think Agron is just too good in this army because of this ability alone, basically. Because, again, we'll get into his stats and things later on, but you can't not respect the fact that Agron's going to be a problem for the whole game, and you can't not, like, ignore that reality. And putting him away isn't as hard as killing, say, Mortarion, but he is, you know, Mortarion isn't just coming back all the time. So the thing about him that's, sorry.
Oh, go on. No,
please.
No,
Oh God, we're being too polite now. I'm going to talk now. You shut up. No, what I was going to say is, is that it's that thing where it's like people have to invest a lot in getting rid of him, and it's a lot of wasted momentum because he just keeps coming back. So it's a problem that people always have to solve. And what I love about that is that you're giving your opponent something that they always have to be thinking about. They have to think, right, I've either got to choose to engage him and deal with him and neutralize him and then try and endure as many turns as possible without him on the board. So maybe I kill him turn 1 and then he doesn't come back turn 2, but he comes back turn 3. Like, you know, like, so I can enjoy a little bit of time to do some work on other units. Or you just try and ignore him from the outset and go after the other stuff. But the problem is with that is I get the feeling he's going to be hard to ignore. But,
yes. He's so lethal and he's got a decent movement. You can't just hide from him. The thing I was going to say is, unlike things like Guilliman or Celestine, things that tend to have an option of getting back up happen on like maybe a 2+ or a 4+. It's never guaranteed. Whereas Angron's like a ticking time bomb where you kill him, he's gonna come back. Like guaranteed, he's gonna come back. It's just a matter of when, whether it's next turn or maybe the turn after. Like, and unless you kill him right at the very end of the game, where there is either not enough things left on the table to kill to give them enough blood type points, or there's just not another turn. That's the only time where he's going to die, and you can be like, okay, thank God, he can't come back physically. But otherwise he will. So that's what I like about it as a like menacing threat to your opponent that you can do. It's basically going to have some mind games on them, as you say, about what they're going to prioritize, whether it's him or something else.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the thing with him. It's just, it's going to be interesting to see how that all comes together. And that's the other thing, though, as well, right? You usually have to roll a d6 and get like a 4+ or a 2+ to come back. And there's often no guarantees how many wounds you're coming back with either, right? It's usually like you have to roll d3,
Oh, yeah, that's
d6,
true.
or,
yeah.
You know, the fact that this guy's just like, oh, and I got 8. Of course I got 8. Whatever. Like, you know, it's like, wow. It's
a magic number.
Yeah, man. But that's like the real, like, secret sauce to this lethality of this particular option is guaranteeing those wounds is pretty meaningful. So,
yeah, because I mean, I think, how many wounds has he got to start off with? It's quite a lot, though, isn't it?
it'd be like 16 or 14.
Yeah, so he's
18. There you
yeah,
go.
18. So he's not like coming back on his full profile. But if you go, okay, he's got 18 to begin with, and then he gets 8 every time he comes back, he's probably over the course of a game, he's like a 30+ wound model that you've got to chew through for over 5 turns. Like, that's how you almost need to look at him. Yeah, so it's good that he comes back with enough wounds to be problematic, but not so many that he's going to be abusive.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because, I mean, I suppose you get like, you know, you come up against him and you got the old Vanquisher. What's the cannon?
Yeah, the Vanquisher. Yeah, from the Luminous. Yeah.
You know, a Vanquisher will kill it every turn. It would just be like, "Oh, you're back again, are you?"
That's what you say.
Exactly. But,
it's the old, basically like in Counter-Strike or Team Fortress. You're basically spawn sniping. I can't remember what term it's. Spawn camping. That was it. Where you're just waiting for him to come back. As soon as he reappears, bush. You've got him straight away. That's what you've got to do with Angron.
That is exactly what is happening to him there. Anyway, let's talk about the World Eaters, which, if you remember back to maybe 20 minutes, half an hour ago, there are 2 types of World Eater detachment. One is the World Eaters, and the others is the Disciples of the Red Angels. So let's talk about the World Eaters.
Do they? Can I speculate? Do they have 8 different subfactions?
No, they've just got 2, mate. I've just said them.
No, but I didn't know if when you said World Eaters, it was like of the World Eaters, there's 8 different types. Because you know how obviously 8's their special number, but Thousand Suns, Death Guard, they all have a ton of different subfaction options for you to choose from to make up whatever their special Chaos God number is, right? So it's just 2.
100%. It's just 2, mate. Yeah.
Nice and simple.
Yes, this is the new streamlined reality that we were talking about.
This is good.
Yeah. God, mate, honestly, I mean, this is fast becoming one of my favourite books ever of this edition. Because, I mean, again, like, we'll see how far it goes. But like I said, man, like, it's
hot on the heels of the Chaos Demons Codex, then.
Yeah. Oh, mate, honestly, this could be one of the better ones, but we'll see. World Eaters have a Legion trait called Relentless Rage. So at the start of the fight phase, if this unit made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention this turn until the end of that phase, add 1 to the strength and attacks characteristics of models in that unit. So that's really good. So if you charge, were charged, or heroically intervened, you get +1 attack and +1 strength. Happy days. I'll take that. There is 3 relics and 3 warlord traits. And these are unique to this subfaction. So if you are a World Eaters detachment, you have access to these 3 relics and 3 warlord traits. Relics are Helm of Brazen Ire. Each time an attack is made against the bearer, subtract 1 from the attack's wound roll, which is pretty strong. I mean, -1 to wound. Fantastic. We've got the Berserker's Glaive, which replaces an Exalted Champion's Axe of Dismemberment. That's a wonderful name for a weapon, isn't it? The Axe of Dismemberment. This is my Sword of Chopping, and my Hammer of Bludgeoning, and of course my Axe of Dismemberment. So Berserker's Glaive is a melee weapon with strength +2, -3 AP, and 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 2 additional hits. Wow. Yeah, that's not bad. And then we've got the Talisman of Rage. In your command phase, you can select 1 World Eater's core unit within 9 of the bearer until the start of your next command phase. Each time a melee attack is made with models in that unit, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target. probably not worth taking when you consider that you can blood tithe that into your entire army. Admittedly, obviously, you've got to get 6 blood tithe points, which I imagine isn't going to happen super quickly. But overall, that's a nice selection of relics. I don't think Talisman of Rage is going to see much action, and I imagine Berserker's Glaive, short of some ridiculous combination of if you do this with this and then add this to it, it does 1,000,000 mortal wounds, which it doesn't sound like it does, given the fact it doesn't do mortal wounds in its current form. I think probably the Helm of Brazen Ire is probably going to be something that you're going to be like, -1 to wound. Pretty reasonable, right?
Yeah, just for that character. It's not an aura.
Just for that character.
Okay,
it's not like
that's a good thing to keep them alive, for sure.
Yeah. So those were the relics, believe it or not, Phil. I mean, this is madness. I think we're going to get this review done in under 2 hours.
Oh my God.
I know, this is crazy. I mean, we won't because we'll procrastinate our way through it. But anyway, the Warlord trait is Favoured of Khorne. In your command phase, if this Warlord is on the battlefield, you gain 1 blood type point. It's really good. There you go.
Yeah,
so
good.
in the command phase, so you get an additional 5 blood type points if he stays on the board. True Berserker, each time a melee attack is allocated to this Warlord, halve the damage characteristics of that attack. Pretty
Very
reasonable.
good.
It's not as good as the Black Templar, it becomes damage 1 thing, but...
Do we know... Can Angron only be taken in the other detachment, or can he be taken as
Seemingly so, yeah. I think
Okay.
Angron can only go in the other detachment.
Because I was wondering
Or maybe
what, if he was getting any of these Warlord traits or not.
I think Angron has his own special Warlord trait on his data sheet.
Okay, that would make sense.
Yeah. But yeah, True Berserker, halving the damage, and then Battle Lust. This Warlord is eligible to perform a heroic intervention if it is within 6 horizontally and 5 vertically of enemy units. All other rules for heroic intervention still apply. At the start of the fight phase, if this Warlord is within engagement range of any enemy units, it can fight first each phase. So that's pretty reasonable. 6-inch heroic intervention I actually think is really strong. So yeah, overall, I actually think that's some pretty good stuff. We've got a sum total of 8 stratagems, Phil. There you go. The 8 is coming through.
Oh, yeah.
So there are 8 stratagems that can only be used with the World Eaters faction. So these 8 stratagems are only available in the World Eaters detachments. I may as well go through them all because they're just 8 of them. So, Red Butchers for 2 CP. Use the stratagem in the fight phase when World Eaters Terminators or 8-bound units from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, add 1 to the damage characteristics of that attack. That's ridiculous, but fair enough.
Yeah.
2 CP for +1 damage for the whole squad.
Yeah.
Insane. Really strong. Gory Dismemberment. Solid name. That's up
Very
there.
good.
Use this stratagem in the fight phase when a World Eater's core or World Eater's character unit from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound to the target. In addition to any normal damage, a maximum of 6 mortal wounds can be inflicted each time this stratagem is used. I imagine the guard players out there will be getting excited about that and trying to figure out a combo where all of a sudden it will do loads of mortal wounds by miraculously constantly rolling 6s or whatever it is. That's what they do, isn't it?
I guess so.
Not just the guard players, just players in general. We love it. It's like, there we go. All I have to do is just endlessly roll 6s somehow and then I'm going to win, right? That's the way. Anyway, it's really good though. Like, long story short, it's actually a very good stratagem. And again, obviously, if you split it out over multiple units, if you've charged multiple things, you can potentially do even more mortal wounds. And with the amount of attacks you're going to be smashing out these guys, that's going to really make a difference. So, yeah, no, love that for 1 CP. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Use the stratagem. Enemy Warlord is destroyed by a melee attack made by a World Eater's character. Select 1 or both of the following. You gain 2 additional blood type points. Hello. Until the end of the battle, add 1 to the advance and charge rolls made for the World Eater's character model. So, wow. Okay, so basically, if a World Eater's character kills a Warlord, you can give yourself 2 additional blood type points, and if you want to, you could also give yourself the ability to add 1 to your advance and charge rolls. If you select one of the options above, the stratagem costs 1 CP, otherwise it's 2 CP. really nice for one CP.
Yeah,
just to even
very
get
good.
the 2 blood type out of it is...
Yeah. Obviously, it's niche because you've got to kill a character, I'm presuming combat, right?
No. Use the strategy when an enemy warlord is destroyed by melee attack, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But you say it's niche. This army is all about running in and punching stuff.
Well, yes, but I mean, you've got to kill their character, which could be screened off or super durable. You could be fighting another Angron who's going to keep coming back.
Yeah, but at the point you kill him, the strategy
could
goes
activate
off.
it. Yes, I guess so.
I mean, technically, what would be funny about that is that if Agron's your warlord, you could technically do this multiple times.
Yes, it depends if. It depends on what point you can activate Angron to be resurrected. Is that
so? He comes back. He at the end of the phase, you can spend the blood type points.
So it's at the end of the phase. So actually happens. Okay, so he is dead for a bit of time. In which you could do this stratagem, yeah. So in a situation where you're up against one of those characters that gets back up, like Agron, you could potentially do this 5 times if you just keep killing him. 5 points.
Yeah. Anyway. Scorn of Sorcery, 1 CP. Use the stratagem in your opponent's psychic phase after a psychic test is passed for an enemy psyker, and after any deny the witch attempts are made, if any. If that enemy psychic unit is within 24 of a World Eater's unit from your army, roll d6 on a 4 plus that psychic power is denied. It's very strong. Always does well. So very, very good.
Yeah, big range.
Yeah, no, it's pretty strong. Blood Frenzy for 1 or 2 CP. Use this stratagem in the fight phase when enemy unit is selected to fight. Select 1 World Eater's core unit from your army that is within engagement range of that enemy unit. Until that enemy unit attacks have been resolved, each time a model in the selected unit is destroyed by a melee attack, if that model has not fought this phase, do not remove it from play. Oh god, the destroyed model can fight after that enemy unit's attack have been resolved. Oh my god. And then removed from play. If the selected World Eaters unit is a troops unit, this stratagem costs 1 CP, otherwise it's 2 CP. Fight on death, mate. Ooh. Oh my.
So who can you put that on? Just for...
Any World Eaters core unit. It has to be a core unit, so it can't be a character. Okay. And it's only 1 CP if it's a troop choice. So if you do it on Berserkers, really it's 1 CP. It's very strong. The only weird variable to it is that you have to spend the CP before you know how many of your models are going to die. So you have to basically be like, okay, cool, I've been charged by you. I'm in a situation where you're fighting first. And now I'm betting on you killing a bunch.
Yes, and you might not.
You might not. But then I suppose all you're doing is just guaranteeing the attacks, right? Because ultimately...
For the things that do die, yeah.
Yeah. 1 CP is worth it for the fact, because obviously if you get wiped out by that opponent, which is plausible, right? Like there's lots of stuff in the game that can do like 2 damage with a decent AP. Like you could probably run something in and kill 5 Berserkers without breaking too much of a sweat. So the fact for 1 CP they can swing right back at you is pretty terrifying.
Will make you think twice about charging them, that's for sure.
That is definitely true. We've got Aggressive Intervention. Use this stratagem in the Heroic Intervention step. It's 1 CP, by the way. Your opponent's charge phase, select 1 World Eater's core unit from your army. Till the end of the phase, that unit is eligible to perform a Heroic Intervention as if it were a character, and is eligible to perform a Heroic Intervention within 6. Good God. The whole army, or rather, the World Eater's core units have a 1 CP 6-inch heroic.
So does it actually allow you to move 6 inches as well as do it within 6 inches, or is it move
you have to be
3,
within 6 inches? You have to be within 6 inches, but a 6-inch heroic intervention is massive. Like it's so terrifying because, especially in like the objective game, like a lot of people might be like, okay, I don't want to engage those World Eaters. I just want to hold the objective near them. So I'm going to use, say, like my OBSEC unit with a few more models and I'm going to get on that objective. But like, the radius of objectives are such that, if it was a heroic intervention of 3 inches, it's plausible that you could do it in such a way to get away from them. But 6 inches basically guarantees that if someone's going to try and take an objective off you with some sort of shenanigans, for 1 CP, they're going to get smacked up.
Yeah, but you just, sorry, just to clarify, are you just doing a normal heroic intervention of 3 inches, but activates within 6, or are they also doing a 6-inch move?
Yeah, so they're doing a normal heroic intervention, but it has a range of 6 rather than 3.
So you can activate your models if you're within 6.
Correct.
But you're only doing a 3-inch move.
No, you're doing a 6-inch move.
So it's 6 for both, is what you're saying.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to clarify. Okay. That's fine.
Okay. Sorry, I was so confused.
Because I didn't know if you were saying that they activate and can do a heroic intervention while within 6 inches of an enemy model, which means they could only move 3 inches, so they could just move a bit closer to them. But if they can also do a 6-inch heroic intervention within 6 inches.
I didn't say all the words after.
Right. Oh, okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So, because I basically took it as granted that you would, that you, and by extension, our listeners would understand that it's just a 6-inch row.
Well, that's why I thought I would clarify, because obviously I don't have the book to double check. That's why I'm asking you. Yeah.
This is it. Well, thank you for clarifying for everyone confused. Yes, you can move 6 as well.
Or I just confused everyone and everyone knew what you were on about in the first place.
It's entirely plausible. We will not know. We can't survey every single listener. But what we will say is that, just for complete clarification, it's a 6-inch heroic intervention that can be activated if a unit is within 6 of you, and you spend that 1 CP and then you move 6 towards them.
That's crazy. Is that just core, though?
It's just core, but I get the impression a lot of stuff's going to be core.
Yeah, but there was a relic that allowed you to do that as well, right? For your character.
Correct, yeah.
Correct.
And obviously your characters are going to have 3-inch heroics as it is anyway.
Yes. But I mean, say, if you could double up so your whole army can effectively do it is a scary prospect.
It's terrifying, mate. The next stratagem is smokescreen. I assume we don't need to talk about smokescreen too much.
No. What have they got? Like grenades?
Rhinos and land raiders.
Right, okay. 'Cause that doesn't feel like a very World Eaters thing to
They got to get around somehow, mate. They can't just foot slog everywhere.
Yeah, but we're scared. Let's pop some smoke. Don't want to be shot at.
I mean,
Now, come on.
They're still Astartes, mate. Even
they're
in
still
their
sensible
maddened state,
yes.
They've still got tactical nuance to them.
Well, that is true. That is fair enough.
You don't go on living as long as they have without a little bit of tactical nonce.
I thought it was just all about brute force craziness. Like, smash them out. Just run forwards.
Maybe they just like the pretty colours of the smoke. Maybe that's all it is, They're just like, it's like a weird little soothing moment as they're like, maybe it's like...
It's like one of those like special air fresheners you can get for your house to calm you down.
Yeah, that's it. Because they definitely do need a bit of, a little bit of calming down. But, and then the last one is Icon of Wrath. Use this stratagem in the charge phase. When World Eaters unit from your army is selected to charge, till the end of the phase, each time you make a charge roll for that unit, roll 1 additional d6 and discard the lowest results. Not bad.
No.
Almost reasonable, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have not too many stratagems. Brilliant. What's even better is they're all pretty valid. Like, you don't want to have 8 and for 4 of them to be duds. You want them all to be good and to all be viable and usable in a game and not so niche you only use it one in every like 10 games or something. So they all feel pretty good. Like, and if every codex was like that, I'd be quite happy. If that was like a new direction they went in.
I totally
stratagems, that would be better.
I totally agree. I think that's the thing with it is like, it's really amazing how much better it feels to have a book where everything is so nicely streamlined. It's literally like, this is our Legion trait. I mean, I'll show you, Phil, on the camera, right? So that's it. It's like, that's the Legion trait. That's the relics. That's the Warlord traits. And that's the stratagems. And that's it. That's how it's run.
I would say a 1-pager, but it's a double-page spread.
It's a double-pager. It's a 1A3 page.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So that was the World Eaters. Then we've got the Disciples of the Red Angel. Now, full transparency, in the time that has transpired between me saying Disciples of the Red Angels and then actually recording it, Phil now has the book.
I do.
There you are.
Does this mean I can read some words out?
You can, yeah. Basically, Phil gets to read words now as well because You know, I know it was a seamless transition, but much time has passed since we recorded that first half. So, Phil, why don't you tell us about Disciples of the Red Angel?
Yes, so they have some restrictions and benefits. So they are, your army must include Angron, and that must be your warlord. Your army can only include Khorne Demon units and World Eater Chaos Land Raider units. Interesting. And then 8-bound units in your army have the objective secured ability. So that's that for that. They get a Legion trait, which is Relentless Rage. At the start of the fight phase, if this unit made a charged move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention, until the end of that phase, add 1 to strength and attack characteristics of models in this unit. So +1 strength, +1 attack, pretty good.
I mean, that's the exact same rule as the regular World Eater's got, so not too bad.
Nothing special, but it's for
well, you know, special in and of itself, but nothing special compared to other flavours of World Eaters. All World Eaters get access to this, be they World Eater or a Disciple of the Red Angel.
That's true. And then should we take turns doing the relics and the demonic infusions?
I don't see why not. Do you want to begin with the Burning Plate?
I will, yes. So this is +1 to your armour saving throws and +1 to your wounds characteristics.
Both very, very strong things, to be fair.
Yeah, not bad.
Although, to be honest with you, given the relative restrictions, though, right? So, Angry Ron has to be Warlord, and your army can only include Khorne Demons and World Eater Chaos Land Raider units. Obviously, the nuance of that becomes the HQ segments that would take advantage of this relic. So I guess
so
Demon
World
Prince
Eater
Khorne,
Demon
right?
Prince. Because I guess you just can't take any. It's weird that you can take Land Raiders, but nothing to put in them.
Well, you can put 8-bound in your Land Raiders, can't you?
Oh, because they have the Khorne Demon keywords.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I guess nothing else would, right? So yeah, you're basically just doing demons plus for 8-bound. Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and exalted 8-bound, so you can do both types, I guess.
Yeah.
Seems a bit odd. Seems a bit odd to have a land raid. Just have them on foot, but I guess they'd just be shot at, so you need a transport for them, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you can't have rhinos by that rule, though, right?
No, but
is a strange variable.
Your land raiders potentially, you could argue, a bit more demonic-y.
You reckon?
Maybe. Well, they've got that toughness 9, haven't they? They're definitely demonic-y.
Indeed.
Yeah.
What's more demonic-y than toughness 9, eh?
I guess also, does it say... No, I wondered if the 8-bound took up more space than a regular person. Oh, they do. They're classed as Terminators, so maybe that's why they go in the Land Raider. They're too big for the Rhino, basically.
Fair. That makes sense. There you go.
But they can actually transport them. Oh, no, right. Actually, they can't. So Rhinos specifically say they can't transport Terminators or 8-bound. So there we go. That's the answer.
That's basically where it goes.
Just involved reading.
But there you are. So essentially, this Burning Plate will probably just go on a Khorne Demon Prince. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Soul Burner. This relic replaces the Infernal Cannon and has the following profile. Soul Burner, range 12, assault 2d6, strength 7, -2, 1 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, that attack automatically hits the target. So, who gets an Infernal Cannon?
Is it the Defiler? That would be my first guess.
You think the Defiler? Surely it's one of the characters gets such.
Oh god, yeah. It's a relic. Of course it must be. Surely it's the
the Infernal Cannon. Here it is.
Demon
Again,
Prince.
World Eater's Demon Prince.
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah, I think it's because it's Soul Burner and there's obviously the Soul Grinder. That's where I was getting my thing from.
Getting your grind wrong.
Exactly. I mean, it
Tell
seems
us about
alright.
the next one, Phil.
Yeah, the Skull of Angrant.
An angry ant.
It's Angron's auntie, Angrant. In your command phase, select one enemy unit that is visible to the bearer until the start of your next command phase. Each time the bearer makes a melee attack against the selected enemy unit, you can reroll the wound roll.
It's all right.
Well, that's really good.
Yeah.
It's not like once per game or anything like that. Just in your command phase.
Pick a thing.
It's obviously specifically to melee, but yeah, I think that's pretty good.
The only annoying aspect of it is visible. Visible. That's a word that always creates
Well,
problems.
here's the thing. If you're, for example, a demon prince, you will select the thing you're going to charge at and just do it. Like, the only time...
Unless you can't see it.
Yeah, but you can't run through walls, right, as a demon prince because you're not infantry, so chances are you can't really hide and like move it. Well, yeah, I mean you could. There might be times, but I don't think that's too restrictive. It is to an extent when you're trying to target on behalf of another unit that's somewhere else on the table. Because the thing is, there's no range on this thing. It's you just got to have visibility. So actually, while that's a weakness, it's also incredibly strong. It's like, oh, I see this thing in my opponent's deployment zone, and I know I've got something deep striking because I've got demons. Yeah, I'm gonna do reroll to wounds on them, and then my thing's gonna deep strike in and charge in. Right, that's incredibly strong.
Yeah. No, very good point. Then we have what is called demonic infusions, which is obviously not warlord traits. Something else entirely. In fact...
Yeah, so you select one World Eater's 8-bound unit from your army, then select one of the following demonic infusions for that unit to gain for the duration of the battle. Record this selection on your army roster. So it is a pre-game thing, so it's got to be on your army roster. You can't change it from battle to battle if you win a tournament, for example. I'll do the first one. Drawn to power. Each model in this unit counts as 2 models when determining control of an objective marker. That's pretty strong, considering they're also objective secured.
Yeah, really strong. Mutable form. Each time a model with this ability makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to normal damage. A unit can suffer a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per phase as a result of this ability. So each time you do a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound. It's okay. Good even, I would say. Because 8-bound seemingly have quite a few attacks. So it's highly probable that you'll get a few 6s. Maybe even 6 sixes.
they get
or
4
more.
by default, 5 for the extra character, and then obviously they're gonna, I assume, get more on the charge, right?
Yes. Yeah. Well, their relentless rage will give them +1 strength and +1 attack.
If they do and there's ones that, they've got chainsword weapons that can give them extra attacks as well, so they can do quite a lot. So again, that one seems pretty good. And then the last one is Brazen Skin. So each time a model in this unit would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, on a 4+, that wound is not lost. So that's alright, especially if you're going up against mortal wound stuff, but, not always. But it, on a 4+, that's pretty good. So it does give them a lot of durability.
Yeah, overall some pretty reasonable stuff. We've got a page of stratagems as well. So we have Battle Tactic 1CP, Gratuitous Bloodletting. Use the stratagem in fight phase when a World Eater's unit from your army is selected to fight. Select one enemy unit within engagement range of that unit that is below half strength. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that World Eater's unit makes an attack against the selected enemy unit, add 1 to the attack's wound roll. So just let me check that one more time. Select one enemy unit within engagement range of that unit that is below half strength. So use this. Wait. Okay. So it seems to be the implication is your World Eater's unit needs to be below half strength.
No, the select one enemy unit within engagement range of that unit that is below half strength.
Yeah, so the implication seems to be that you need to be below half.
Well, no, because surely the idea is that they're already... So if you read the flavour text, not that that is an indication of the rules, but when the scent of a foe's blood is on the wind, the followers of Angron will ensure that every last drop is spilled in honour of the Lord of Battle. So I think it's actually them. Like, thematically, they've taken damage, and like a shark to the scent of blood, you're being ravenous, and you're easily able to damage them. Yeah, select one enemy unit within engagement range of that unit that is below half strength. I think that's very poorly worded. I think, because obviously that is below half strength. Because of that unit that is below half strength. I think the indication it should be your opponent, not your unit, but it's terribly worded. I assume maybe that will be FAQ'd to clarify. Because at the beginning it says, when a World Eaters unit from your army is selected to fight, you'd have thought when a World Eaters unit that is below half strength is selected to fight, then select a unit. But I think they're trying to say one enemy unit within engagement range of the World Eaters unit and that is below and the target unit, basically. Yeah, they could have quantified it a bit more, but I think they've tried to be as succinct as possible and therefore been a bit confusing.
Yeah.
But
it's not the best worded one ever, but there you go. I mean, there's a stratagem. It's situational and or whatever. It's
I like the name of it, but gratuitous bloodletting. It makes me think there's going to be buckets of leeches everywhere.
I mean, that's not really an image that conjures much enthusiasm from myself, but I do understand that the naming convention is entertaining. Tell us about the next one, Phil.
Yeah, so the next one is, again, a battle tactic stratagem, 1 CP. It's called Blood Scent. Use a stratagem in your opponent's movement phase when an enemy unit that is within engagement range of any 8-bound unit from your army falls back. After that enemy unit has finished that move, select one 8-bound unit from your army that was within engagement range of that enemy unit at the start of the phase. God, this is wordy. The selected unit can immediately consolidate, and when it does so, each model in that unit can move up to 6 inches instead of 3. So an enemy unit falls back, the unit that it fell back from can then do a follow-up move that's 6 inches. Interestingly, it doesn't say... I guess when you consolidate, you still always have to move towards the closest unit. But weirdly, if there was a multiple combat, you might have to move towards a different unit, depending on how far they fell back. But that's quite cool. And could, potentially just shift you onto an objective or something as well.
Indeed. Yeah, it's pretty reasonable, all things considered. The next one is Furious Surge. 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase. After an enemy unit has finished making its attacks, select one 8-bound unit from your army that had one or more models destroyed. As a result of those attacks, that 8-bound unit can make a normal move as if it were your movement phase, which again, very strong. So you use the stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase. After an enemy unit is finished making its attacks, select one 8-bound unit from your army, have one or more models destroyed as a result of those attacks, and then they move, which can be really useful, right? Ultimately, it's a nice little trick to have up your sleeve. Someone's coming over to you with a particularly terrifying unit that might want to charge in and cause you some bother, and for whatever reason, your unit of 8-bound aren't really up for it, so you end up in a situation where you can move away, or alternatively, you can be in a situation where you move towards things, because you really, really want to go and make your presence felt. So, yeah, sounds pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. I've got a quick side question. So it says your army can only include Khorne Demon units and World Eater Chaos Land Raider units. Is the implication that you could take things like Bloodletters that aren't in the Codex, that are Khorne and Demon, so they would... Or is it only things from this book, which, because the majority of things that are Khorne and Demon are like Demon Engine stuff, like the Mourner Fiends and stuff like that, as well as the 8-bound.
Yeah, so the implication is clearly that it's everything in this book, and if you want to add demons still need to be added as a additional detachment, so they need to be a additional patrol detachment, essentially.
It's just so odd that it says you can only include Khorne demons and World Eater Chaos Land Raiders. It's not World Eaters Khorne demons, which would be the specific keyword to say just from this book. Because I thought the whole point of this one would be that it's more, because it's Angron, it's like the Be'lakor detachment, right? It's demons, right? So it's all the Khorne demons plus all the Khorne demon things from this book, and it'd be like a combined thing. But you're right. I mean, it feels like it's open to interpretation, because I was thinking none of these stratagems are affecting demons. They're more catered for generic world eaters and the 8-bound.
Yeah.
Which made me wonder, like, what's going on here?
I mean, the implication is obviously that the most lowest common denominator when it comes to the keywords available for the different units is clearly just the demon one, and that's probably where they landed with it, because it's like, demon engine, all the different kind of variables of possessed. It's like, just slap demon on and call it a day.
Yeah. Okay. Right, back to the stratagems. We've got Diabolic Machines. This is an epic deed stratagem. It costs 2 CP or 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your command phase. Select one World Eater's Machine Spirit or World Eater's Demon Engine model from your army that has a characteristics that change as it suffers damage. Until the start of your next command phase, that model is considered to have its full wounds remaining for the purposes of determining what characteristics are on its profile to use. If that model has the Titanic keyword, this stratagem costs 2 CP, otherwise it costs 1 CP. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, good. At the end of the day, putting stuff on full wounds, top bracket, whatever you want to call it, it's always useful. So there's going to be many instances where you're going to go, yeah, I'll do that. So, good. Apocalyptic Frenzy. They've got some great names. 1 CP. Use the stratagem in your movement phase when a World Eater's unit from your army is selected to advance. Do not make an advance roll. Instead, until the end of the phase, add 6 to the move characteristic of models in that unit.
Oof.
There you go.
That's crazy good for an army that wants to advance up and charge into your opponent.
Yeah. Very good.
That's verging on cheesy, I would hazard a guess.
That's where you draw the line. You're like, it's just a bridge too far now.
I know. Well, so far all of them have been pretty good. Like, no, but a bit like the previous ones. No bad eggs. Like all solid. That one's like, that's gonna want to do that most turns, I would have thought.
Indeed. A solid egg.
It is. The next one is Violent Dismemberments, as you say. Good names. Strategic ploy still 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the fight phase. When a World Eater's unit from your army destroys an enemy unit, until the end of that turn, the unit gains the following aura ability, which is Violent Dismemberment aura. While an enemy unit is within 6 inches of this unit, subtract 2 from the leadership characteristics of models in that unit, and subtract 1 from combat attrition tests taken for that unit. That's really good. Until the end of the turn. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's a turn, so it'll just be your turn, right? So it'll just be for that, the morale, basically, phase, which is good. Yeah. That's thematic. I like it. I like stuff that does actually make leadership and combat attrition seem meaningful. So that's pretty cool.
No, it's always good to see stuff that does impact leadership. It's just the problem is the game at the moment.
Well, they'd just be like, I'll auto pass that with my heroic, once per game stratagem.
In my opinion, that is the one stratagem that needs to go.
Yes. I
think that would actually make the game.
I think the fact that it's once per game is better, but could do with going all together.
Yeah.
I could also imagine the command point reroll would make that going would make the game much more interesting.
No, agreed. All right. Terrifying Assault. Use the stratagem in a charge phase when you select any enemy unit as the target of a charge made by a World Eater unit from your army. Select one of those enemy units. That enemy unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend against that charge. In the subsequent fight phase, each time a model in that enemy unit makes a melee attack, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. It's good. No Overwatch and -1 hit. Solid.
Again, more than solid. That is bordering on broken for this army. Like, if that was on a guard army, you'd be like, oh, that's kind of useful, but not great. On this army, which is all about combat, you're like, oh dear God. But maybe they need it against certain units, like against Tau. This would be quite essential. And I guess for like Tau and the Ultramarines, where they can multiple Overwatch, it doesn't stop those other units from Overwatching. So, right. But yeah, another one that I could see them doing every turn. Right.
What's the last one, Phil?
Yes, it's Bloodthirsty Determination. It's 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your charge phase when you select a World Eaters unit from your army to charge. Until the end of the phase, you can ignore any and all modifiers to charge rolls made for that unit. I mean, we've got one dud. Like, it's not often you get modifiers to charge rolls.
It happens all the time, Phil.
Does it?
Yeah, mate,
like grenades and
you've got Tanglefoot grenades. You've got obviously charging through dense terrain that causes minus modifiers. Yeah. There's a lot of instances where, again, right,
or abilities that like half your movement, half your charge rolls.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of times where, yes, okay, there will be situations where you never need to use it.
Yeah,
when you need to use it, it's massively valuable. Although it becomes one of those interesting exchanges, doesn't it? Because it becomes one of those scenarios where
do you want to spend your CP for me to spend my CP to ignore your CP? And then you go, let's just save a CP and not use either.
Yeah. I always find that's an interesting side of things. Like, I feel like moving forwards, when you enter into those exchanges, I should just stubbornly just be like, yes, that's exactly what I want you to do. I want you to spend that CP.
Well, yes, that's what it should be. But it depends on who's more starved of resources. So sometimes you'll be like, I'm flush with cash. Yeah, I'm going to drain your CP because I've got loads in the bank. But then other times you're like, oh dear God, I need this CP for something in the combat phase later on. Please don't make me have to do it now.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is Anyway, look, I mean, at the end of the day, whether you're going regular World Eaters or Disciples of the Red Angel, it seems like they've got some really good options. And one thing I will say as well, just to get it out of the way before we get into these data sheets, this book, in terms of the rules that are in it, the layout of it, it's lovely. It's so nice to be in a situation where the rules, essentially, if I want to play this army and I want to run it as a regular World Eaters army, right, that I only need to care about 4 pages of rules. 4 pages. That's it.
Yeah, what I like about it is normally we would read the sort of army sort of detachment building rules up front that limit, like, they tell you what you can take, what's objective secured, and a couple of other, like, limitations, like 1 demon prince per detachment or whatever. Then we would flick all the way through the book to just before the data sheets to talk about the army abilities. Then we would go all the way back, and then it would be the sub-factions, then it would be like warlord traits, relics, and then we'd have to flip past some of those rules to then get, and the crusade rules, because they would be there as well, to get to the data sheets. Whereas this one is the army rules, right after that is the abilities, and like the blood type, the army specific abilities. So that's all up front in one place, that tells you exactly how you build your army, and what the rules are for, like, the core mechanics for your army. Then you've got your 2 sub-factions, which have all the relics, warlord traits, stratagems in one place for those armies, which is fantastic. Mate. And even if that was a regular army, you'd have that over several pages, but they'd all be in that same place, like for warlord traits, relics. And then you got data sheets, It's all perfectly laid out in one place. And then Crusade is tucked at the back if you need that. But I like that from a sort of generic, let's say match play, generic game. Doesn't have to be tournament play, generic game. All your bits are in one place and you don't need to flick past other bits of rules to actually get to it. This is the dream layout that we've always wanted, that we got in the Demon Codex as well.
Yeah. No, World Eaters and Chaos Demons are the two best books in terms of functionality and form within all of 9th edition. But also rules like the Blood Tithe system is really good because you get to customize and select what upgrades you want when you want them. You want to build into keeping Aggron alive, keep Aggron alive. But if you want to take some of the buffs, or you're in a situation where you're fortuitively able to gain access to those buffs, once you activate them, they're there forever, which is so much easier. That flipping... again, going back to probably the worst offender, or one of the worst offenders, compared this to the Thousand Suns.
Oh, the Thousand Suns.
Custodies, my God. But the Thousand Suns, it was like, so this sorcerer is worth 4. This one's worth 2.
You've got to add up the points that each unit or psyker generates to then work out the total number of points. And then from there, you can
psychic phase.
Yes, and then you can generate your abilities and you spend them. Yeah, I think that one. Custodies I always found, because you're taking 2 different things and they sort of follow on from the other
Custodies were a mess. I know everyone knows how to use it now. But here's the thing with the Katars, though, right? I will say this about Custodies, just to get it out there. Like, when I play against Custodies and they're using Katars, I don't question any of it. They just go, I'm in Randax, or whatever they say. I go, all right, of course you are. And then, like, because they say these words to you and you just go, sure, yeah, whatever. Like, it's... But this Blood Tithe is good. The overall army ability is good. The rules are straightforward enough. It's laid out really nice. And you don't really need to remember that many stratagems either. I mean, all you got to do is remember your core stratagems and then the ones that directly affect your army. So, you probably don't worry about smoke screen too much, but maybe that comes up. But most of the time, you're going to remember a bit of gory dismemberment.
I mean, from a gameplay mechanic, the page that you would have open is your army page, right? So that has all your stratagems. It's got your relic, it's got your warlord trait, it's got your legion trait ability, and your demonic infusion or whatever it is. You just have that open on as you're gaming, and it's like, you might need to look up some data sheets, but all your rules, all your things that you need to, with the exception of Blood Tithe, everything's on those 2 pages that you need to play the game. That is stuff you will probably not remember. Like, after a few games, you'll pretty much remember all of, your data sheets and stats. Maybe not everything, but most of it. But things like stratagems, where you normally be, in the Space Marine book, you're flicking through like 5 different pages, and then you're trying to work out where that one stratagem is that you need. Like, having it all on one page makes it super easy to use. So props to the designer of this book. Exactly.
It's just a shame that it's the last book of the edition and we're probably now going to move into a new world of madness.
Yes, if the layout was like this from the first Codex, God, that would have been good. But maybe this will be the start of
rules were
codexes.
Like this in general. Like, we could have had a good edition on our hands, but oh well. Anyway, let's talk about Angron, because he's the new hotness, isn't he? And we talked about him sort of various points, because he's kind of feeling like the quintessential component of pretty much all your World Eater lists. He's got a movement of 16, a weapon skill of 2, a ballistic skill of 2, a strength of 9, so very strong. Toughness 7, 18 wounds, 12 attacks, leadership 10, and a 2+ armor save. And then he has stats that decrease in accordance with his wounds. So if he's got between 6 and 9 wounds, his movement is reduced to 12 and his attacks reduced to 10. And then if he goes down to between 1 and 5 wounds, he has a movement of 8 and an attacks of 8. He is armed with Samonaris and Spine Grinder. So Samonaris and Spine Grinder. Each time you make a attack is made with this weapon. Select one of the profiles below to make that attack with. So if you're going for skull taking slash, that is a strength +5, so strength 14 -4 D3 +3 damage attack. And then if you're doing the bloodletting sweep, that is a strength 9 AP -3 1 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, make 3 hit rolls instead of 1. So he has 36 attacks on his top profile, bearing in mind
That's
that he
mad.
is also still a World Eater, so he will, when he charges in, actually get an additional attack and strength. So it will actually be strength 10, strength 15. Oh, no, it will be strength 10 because it's we're using the sweep. So it will be strength 10 -3, 1 attack, and it will be 39 attacks.
That is a bucket of dice.
That is a truckload of dice.
I was thinking that for the slash, it's odd that it isn't ×2 strength, because normally for like your power attack it is ×2. But what I think the reason why it is it makes toughness 9 relevant, right? It means if you've got toughness 9, he's still only wounding you on a 3, which is better than a 2. So
it also
that's a nice little quality
it makes
of life.
toughness 8 relevant as well, because he's only wounding them on 3s as well.
Yeah.
There you go. So
he's not that great at smashing something up, but I suspect with 12 attacks he still is.
Well, let's read some of his abilities and you can make your mind up. So he's got Blood Type, obviously, because he can come back to life and so on. Lord of the Arena. In your command phase, select one World Eater's core or World Eater's character unit within 6, and they can re-roll everything. So he's basically a chapter master. And then Armor of Blood Spattered Brass. This model has a 4+ invulnerable save, so that's pretty good. So 2 up armor, 4+ invulnerable. He's got Wrathful Presence. So this is a bunch of different abilities that you can trigger in your command phase. Select one of the following abilities. This model has that ability into the start of your next command phase. So you've got Infectious Rage, while a friendly World Eater's core unit, which Agron is not, is within 6. You add 1 to the attacks characteristic. So nice little aura buff. So basically any World Eater core units within 6 of Agron will be gaining +1 to their attack characteristic. Strong. Glorious Bloodletting. While another friendly World Eater's unit is within 6 of this model, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, reroll hit rolls of 1. So while another friendly World Eaters, so again, that's quite specific because it says another. So they've used language which would denote that it shouldn't be affecting yourself, but it wouldn't surprise me if people out there have argued the opposite. So I don't know what the general consensus is. I'm just saying that I would interpret it as other models other than Agron, but maybe other people.
Well, you could. It almost implies that it's one other unit, because it doesn't say while other friendly World Eaters units. It says while another friendly World Eaters unit.
Yeah. Again, it's a very oddly worded.
But I would assume that you treat it on each instance. So each time a unit is within 6 of him fights, that is the another unit. So it's because everything's done sort of like one at a time, right?
Yeah.
So I think it would actually technically affect everyone. It's just worded funny to exclude Angron, but they could have just said, while friendly World Eaters units, excluding Angron, to be super specific.
That would be very helpful, to be fair.
Yeah.
And then lastly, we've got Righteous Slaughter. While a unit is within 6 of this model, that unit cannot fall back.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it can be good. His Warlord trait, if your army is battle-forged, this model must be your Warlord. If more than one model in the army has this rule, then one of those models must be your Warlord. If that model is your Warlord, it has the following Warlord trait. Sorry, if this model is your Warlord, it has the following Warlord trait. The Red Angel, while an enemy unit with objectives secured abilities within 6 of this Warlord, it loses that ability, so he turns off OBSEC.
That's really good.
That is pretty good.
Bearing in mind he's got a ton of aura abilities and he's on a big old base, so those 6-inch auras are going to work a lot better than on a commander.
I had been under the impression that he was ignoring invuns somehow, but he isn't.
Oh, like with his axe
Yeah.
and swords. It sort of feels like something he should do, but obviously
Scarbrand ignores
Be'lakor's got
invulns.
that. Does even Scarbrand?
Scarbrand ignores invulns, but Angry Ron does not. But I suppose Scarbrand...
I mean, here's the thing. He does 12 to, what did you say, 38 attacks?
Yeah.
Or something?
Yeah.
So he doesn't need to ignore invulns at that point.
Well, with that sweep attack, though, that again, this is the thing. Like, yeah, sure, he will mince a unit of orc boys. Like, you know, we can all align on that continuity, as it were. It's like, cool, when he charges a unit of 30 orcs, they're dead. This is the thing with him as a character, right? Like, I think if it wasn't for the fact that he gets back up and has the ability to lock stuff into combat where they can't leave, I wouldn't rate him that much. But because he gets back up all the time and because he's got the ability to lock people down, and you've got to deal with him because he's got incredibly good movement and is a constant kind of threat with the whole coming back scenario, you know, you have to respect him. You have to deal with him. How many points is an Angry Ron? Last I checked. So he's 360 points. Yeah, for 360 points, he's extraordinarily good value. However, if he didn't come back to life, I would say he's bad.
Yeah, I was going to say the Lord of Skulls is 575 points.
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? Like, a Lord of Skulls is very, very, very powerful in terms of all the different weapons it's got, the amount of attacks it does, the versatility of it, the durability, 30 wounds, toughness 8, I think is what it is. It's a very, very hard to shift big old monstrosity.
Yes. Yeah.
That hits
true.
like...
And it's got a lot of shooting, which is, I don't want to say rare in this army, but kind of.
Well, it hits like a freight train, right? So, like, it's a very, very powerful unit. Angron is... This is the thing, like, Angron, in theory, like, can't kill reliably Deathwing Terminators, which are probably the most prevalent problem at the moment. Like, Angron has no answer to Deathwing Terminators. Because he's going to run in and he's going to go, I've got 13 attacks, hitting on 2s, wounding on 4s, which basically means when the dust settles on that whole set of swings, that theoretically, and again, this might be really bad maths, Hammer, but theoretically he should hit 11 times, of which you can expect him to do 6 wounds, of which they have 4 up invulns. So, yes, he'll kill 3 Deathwing Terminators, which is no mean feat, right? But at the end of the day, that's not enough to deal with for 360 points. And then if it's a 10-man unit of Terminators, which it so often is, they will just smack him up. And then he'll just be like, oh, okay, cool. Back into the warp I go. But he comes back. And that's the thing, right? And if those remaining 7 Terminators don't kill him, he's going to do that thing where he goes, well, you're stuck here with me, and they can't, pick where they're going or do anything. And yes, okay, fair enough. They're definitely going to kill him in their turn, right? They're going to stay in combat with him, and he's definitely going to be dead at the end of that turn. But he's coming back, so you don't care. And that's where the source is with Agron, is the fact that every turn or multiple turns he's going to keep coming back, and that's what makes him scary. But if you were just asking me what I think about him as a miniature without the blood type rule, he's nothing special. But he is, because he keeps coming back.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting... So firstly, there was something I did notice. There's a weird naming convention. So skull-taking slash, which feels like it should be the smash option because it's not multiplying your attacks. And then you've got sweep, which is normally the slash. So if you look at the Corner of Skulls, he's got a smash option and a slash.
Yeah.
And the slash is the one that does extra hits. And weirdly, his weapons are better in combat. So the Great Cleaver of Khorne, its smash option is strength 8, but it's times 2, -4, 6 damage, in comparison to +5, -4, D3, +3. So it's way better. And then there's the his bloodletting sweep on Angron is just strength 9, -3, 1 damage, does 3 extra hits per 1. Now, the Lord of Skulls /1, admittedly, it's only strength 8, but it's -3, 2 damage. So it's +1 damage in comparison to Angron's. So even in this book, he's not the best close combat unit. Admittedly, he does more attacks. He does 12 base in comparison to Lord of Skulls. Well, weirdly 6, but then goes up to 8. So he gets more fighty the weaker he is. And I'm sort of surprised that Angron doesn't do that, because that feels like a very Khorne ability. But I think because he's always going to come back
with 8 wounds, yeah.
It'd be like with 8 wounds, which is weirdly his middle bracket, not his lowest bracket. They wouldn't want him effectively being more efficient the more he died.
Yeah.
By saying, he's always pretty much fighting on his top attack profile because he's almost dead.
Yeah.
So I sort of can see that logic, basically.
The Angron gimmick is so uniquely interesting because the things that he's good at is being annoying. He takes away OBSEC, which is huge, right? Like, taking off OBSEC is huge. Now, this is an Age of Sigmar, so Angron doesn't count as 5 or 10 models, right? It just counts as 1 model, which is a problem in and of itself, right? And something that they definitely should lift from Age of Sigmar, that massive monsters with multiple wounds are worth more models than 1 infantry model. But, be that as it may, Angron is a really unique unit within the confines of 40k because there's never really been anything like him before. I think the Incarns are really interesting rule set in 40k because that is the ability to basically bounce around the board based on death. Anything dies, the Incarn can go in close proximity to that, instance. This guy is unique because he just can keep coming back. Obviously, there's a blood type system that plays into that, but ultimately, he's really unique. And the fact that he turns off OBSEC is really interesting, and the fact that he can keep you locked in place is really interesting. So, if you're adding Angron to an army, you're adding Angron as basically a disruptor, not really as a... I mean, he's definitely going to make a presence or make his presence felt, but he's not a super reliable character that's going to go and kill anything. He doesn't, he kills very specific things, but most other champions in the game will stand up to him and go, yeah, what?
If something's got a pretty good invuln save, or even if they also had a -1 to someone's wound roll or something, then they could stick around even up against him for a turn of combat. Yeah. Even with all his attacks. Because it's that classic case. If you can roll a 4 up for days, you're going to be fine. And same with Angron, because he's got a 4 boss invuln save as well. And doesn't ignore it, unlike Be'lakor.
Yeah.
I can't remember if they did Angron versus Be'lakor in the Games Workshop, like one-on-one matchup that they did for Angron. Because that would make quite a big difference, I would have thought. He's a cool model. It sort of feels like you'd probably, if you're taking a big thing in your army, it's either a Lord of Skulls or an Angron,
or both.
It'd be a bit mad to take both.
I don't think so,
but maybe it'd be fun.
Indeed. So that's him. That's what he's all about. I reckon we should just talk about Khan the Betrayer because he's the other poster child of the army. So Phil, why don't you take us through Khan the Betrayer?
Fine. I wanted to do Lord Invocatus.
Well, you can do that. You can do that next after this one, or you can do Lord Invocatus. This is the new thing. You do Lord
let's
Invocatus.
do Khan. No, Khan the boring. We do him.
The boring.
Khan the boring.
Why did you find Khan boring?
Just look at him, and then look at Lord Invocatus. There's no comparison.
There is a comparison. Khan is a classic. He's a gorgeous miniature.
No, true. I just find him a bit boring.
You just find him boring, apparently.
He's just a guy on foot. I mean, in comparison to Angron and a dude riding a, metallic bull, it's like, he's a bit boring in comparison. I get that he's an iconic person. So, apologies to the fans. Anyway, Khan the Betrayer. Right, so movement 6 inches, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, strength 6, toughness 4, 6 wounds, 9 attacks, which is pretty saucy for a Marine, leadership 9 and a 2+ save. He's armed with Khan's plasma pistol, Right. Normally it would just say plasma pistol, but it's specifically Khan's plasma pistol, which means he's put a little name tag on it.
Yeah,
to say it's his.
His mum
You know,
sewed
like
it
you
in.
go to school, sewn it in, or done one of those little plastic punchy label makers and, you know, printed it out, stuck it on.
Yeah.
Definitely his, so no one else can take it. So that is a 12-inch range, pistol 1, strength 8, -3, 2 damage. So, you know, a bit like Azrael, an always on overcharged plasma pistol where you can't die. So that's all right. He's also got the Gore Child, which is a melee weapon, strength user, which is 6, -4 AP and 3 damage. Pretty decent, but no special abilities. He's also got crack and frag grenades. He also has the Blood Tithe ability. He's got the Sigil of Corruption, which is a 4+ invulnerable save. He's got a legendary Killer Aura ability. So while a friendly World Eater's core unit is within 6 inches, each time a model makes an attack, re-roll a wound roll of 1. So he's got the Lieutenant ability. And then he's got the Betrayer. So at the end of a fight phase, if there are any other friendly units within 3 inches of this model, roll 1d6. On a roll of a 1, select one of those units. The unit suffers 2 mortal wounds. Oh, so he can attack his own guys because he feels fighty. I guess hence the name, right?
Yeah.
He's got a warlord trait, so if he is your warlord, he must have the following, which is Arch Slaughterer. Each time this warlord is selected to fight, if there are 6 or more enemy units within 3 inches of this warlord, until those attacks have been resolved, add D3 to this warlord's attacks characteristics. So he's basically got 10 to 12 attacks, he's very fighty, I guess. Yeah.
Technically, he's got 11 to 13.
Oh, because they get +1 on the charge as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and +1 strength as well. So, yeah, strength 7. Yeah, okay. He's pretty good. But as I was kind of correct in saying, he is a bit of Khan the Betraying because he doesn't really have any cool special abilities. He does damage to his own men.
Yeah, that's a cool special
ability. And he gets
ability.
some extra D3 attacks.
He gets an extra, if he's your warlord, which he almost certainly never will be, but if he is for whatever reason, then yeah, cool. But the fact is, he's just, you know, he's 10 attacks that are damage 3, AP 4. I mean, it's pretty ridiculously powerful.
Well, yes, but not special. I mean, not interesting. There no cool special rules or gimmicks. He's just really good at fighting. But that is kind of Khorne through and through, though.
Yeah, he used to be super fun in older editions of 40k. So, like in 7th edition, he was one of the only miniatures or one of the only models in the entire game that could hit on 2+. But if he rolled a 1, any friendly models in that combat would take the hit. So if you couldn't re-roll under any circumstances. Okay. So he hit on 2s. But it became this really funny thing with him where you could, because he was an independent character, so you could put him in a unit.
Challenge him.
You could put him in a unit, and then what you would do with him is you just sort of move the unit up and then have him leave the unit when he would go charging in. So you'd kind of put him with, like, me and Richie always used to think about adding him to units of Thousand Sons, because we were just like, we'll use them as a caretaker unit for him and use him almost like a goblin fanatic, where you're like, right. Release the Khan! Just sort of lob them at people. He's 140 points. So if you compare to what, say, the new Azrael rules are that they revealed this week, and I think Azrael's 170, 30 points buys you a lot more in Dark Angels at the moment, I suppose. So it is a fair point of comparison. Like, Khan's cool. He's definitely, going to do what it says on the tin, so to speak. But, I guess I would have preferred if he had the reroll ones to hit Aura. Because he sort of feels like he should be a captain, even though I know he's always been, Angron's number 2. But then rerolling wounds is still pretty useful, so, He's all right. I love the mini as well. On the topic of minis I love, I'm going to talk about Khorne Berserkers, Phil, because Khorne Berserkers are the bedrock of this army and need talking about. So,
okay, yeah, go for it.
A Khorne Berserker has a movement of 6, a weapon skill and ballistic skill of 3, a strength of 5, toughness 4, 2 wounds, 4 attacks, Jesus. Leadership 8 and a 3+ save. If you happen to be a Berserker champion, your leadership is improved by 1, and you have a leadership of 9. And your attacks are improved by 1, so you have 5 attacks. If this unit contains 6 or more models, it has a power rating of 12. Every model is equipped with bolt pistols, Berserker chain blade, frag grenades, and crack grenades. So the Berserker chain blade is strength for users, so strength 5 -2, 1 damage. They are also armed with bolt pistols, and they seemingly have the opportunity to have a Cornate Eviscerator, which is strength +3, so strength 8 -4, 2 damage. Pretty tasty. There's a Berserker icon. The bearer gains the icon keyword. Each time the unit makes a Blood Surge move, before making that move, if this unit is performing an action, that action is completed instead of failing. So that's pretty huge as well. Like the fact that basically if you're in the midst of doing an action and then you do a Blood Surge move because of the icon, you just complete that action. And there's lots of actions at the moment that essentially trigger at like your command phase, for example. So it's stuff like, oh, I'm doing this, and then in my command phase, my subsequent command phase, I'm going to be completing it. Where it's like, well, no, I started in my movement phase, now I'm going to Blood Surge, and I've just completed it now, which would be massive in certain instances. And
yeah, that's pretty cool.
for those who don't know, Blood Surge is a very long rule, so let's bear with me.
God, it is, yeah.
Each time an enemy unit is selected to shoot, if any of those attacks this unit, after that enemy unit's attack has been resolved, if any models from that unit were destroyed by those attacks, this unit can make a Blood Surge move. If it does so, any actions this unit performing fail. Then roll 1d6. Each model in that unit can be moved a distance in inches up to the result, but must finish the move as close as possible to the closest enemy unit. This unit cannot end this move within engagement range or any enemy units other than the closest enemy unit. This unit cannot end this move within engagement range of any enemy units other than the closest enemy unit. So it can end in engagement range, but only if the unit that it did it to is the closest.
This unit... Yes, I think it's saying you can do it, but you've just got to charge forwards. You can't like circumvent around a screen to get to another unit, which would be a bit gimmicky.
A unit cannot make a Blood Surge move in the same turn it disembarks from a destroyed transport model, or if it is already within engagement range of an enemy unit. So there you go, Blood Surge there. So basically, the icon is super helpful because you could be in the middle of doing an action that would complete in the command phase. Obviously, the Blood Surge activates in your opponent's turn. So it's very situational, but still pretty solid. So
it's cool. It's like the very old Black Templars rule. Didn't they have something like this where you ran towards the enemy every time you failed a leadership test?
Yes, the old 4th edition Black Templar rule, yeah. Yeah, really cool.
See, Blood Surge, really interesting rule. Why didn't they give it to Khan the Betrayer? Like every time he lost a wound, he would run towards someone. Because that would make him not Khan the Boring.
No, indeed. War gear options, just to say them. The champion can change its bolt pistol with a plasma pistol. For every 5 models, 1 Khorne Berserker bolt pistol can also become a plasma pistol. And for every 5 models, this unit's 1 Khorne Berserker's chain blade can be replaced with 1 Cornate Eviscerator, and 1 model can be equipped with the icon. So very, very bare bones now. Like it used to be that you could give them chain swords, but now it's just like no, they've just got axes basically, or whatever that weapon is, the chain blade. So yeah, they've really kind of made it quite generic, but I think, again, really, really cool unit. Most of the benefits of it are denoted within its profile. It's obviously going to be benefiting from blood types, so you can obviously add in lots of like buffs to it as well. But yeah, really, most of the charm of this unit is in its profile, with the fact that it's got 4 attacks on profile, which will give it 5 attacks when it charges in. I mean, that's just a truckload of attacks coming your way. It's going to be, giving you a hard time for sure. Yeah.
Here's a theory. Do you feel like they've baked in the +1 attack for the chainsword because it's a chain blade weapon into the profile, and this might be something they just do going forwards with units in general. Because I'm just surprised to see that it's not an ability where it's like +1 attack, but considering everyone has it, they might have just gone, let's just take it off that and put it into the profile with an extra attack.
Yeah, I suppose so. The only thing is it's inconsistent because there are other units in this army that are still got a lot of attacks and then get the +1 as well.
True. Yeah, and I guess there are some, times where if it's an optional weapon, then you do want it baked into the profile.
I mean, Terminators, for example, have got the accursed weapons, and they've got 4 attacks as well. So when they charge in, they get 5 attacks, but with the accursed weapons, they get 6 because each time the bear fights, it makes 1 additional attack with that weapon. So like they're actually pretty amazing. The World Eaters Terminators. They're a bit cheaper than regular Chaos Space Marine Terminators in terms of points, and they've just got lots of attacks. The only difference, I think, with them is, though, I'd still probably prefer the Chaos Space Marine Terminators because they've got the Marks of Khorne and all of the weird guff that you can do with that, because the Marks of Khorne are really versatile and really powerful now. So you can definitely see where those kind of point differentials come into effect, because, when you've got like the Mark of Zench and are turning attacks into damage 0, it's pretty powerful. So yeah, like this is super interesting in that regard. What do you want to talk about, Phil?
Nice. The cool boy Lord Invocatus.
Please do.
So he is a 12-inch range movement, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, strength and toughness of 6, 8 wounds, 7 attacks, leadership 9, and 2+ save. He's equipped with a bolt pistol, Coward's Bane. Instantly a cool name. He's not put his own name on it. People know it's his. He doesn't need to put a label on it.
Exactly. He's the coward.
Exactly. It's a melee weapon. Strength user, so that's 6, although possibly 7 on the charge, right? With the generic World Eater's ability. -3 AP, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack. His weapon ignores invuln saves, whereas Angron's and Calm the Betrayer's doesn't. This is why he is, the boss. This is why he's cool.
That definitely feels like something of a blunder, doesn't it?
Well, here's the thing. If they put that on all of them, that would seem too much. But they need to make everything unique. If Angron had ignore invuns, he would just be the instant go-to. Whereas now you've got choices. You're like, oh, well, he's a pretty good close combat character. He ignores invuns. Yeah, Angron's good and can just mow down hordes and he can keep coming back. But, I like that people should have difficult decisions to make when building an army about what units they want to take to do specific roles. So, but it is a bit odd. I mean, he's a named character and he's the new one, so maybe that's why they want him to have the cool new ignore invuln saves, because, Calm the Betrayer, I guess, never has historically had that as an ability on his weapon, so maybe they don't want to give it to him now as a new thing.
I'm sure that's just a coincidence, Phil.
Yes, no, it's... Okay, anyway, let me carry on. Then the Juggernaut's Bladed Horn is another weapon. So it's strength 6, -2, 1 damage. Each time the bear fights, it makes 3 additional attacks with this weapon. So that's just your flat 3 attacks, because that's the mounts, basically. He's also got Frag and Crack Grenades. He's got Blood Tithe and Warp Strike, so you can deep strike him down. That's mad. He's got the Sigil of Corruption, which is a 4+ invulnerable save. He's got the Leading the Charge aura. So while a friendly World Eater's core unit is within 6 inches of this model, each time that unit is selected to make a normal move or advance until the end of that phase, add 2 to the move characteristics of that model in that unit. Oh, instantly. Interesting rules. He is Lord of the Interesting, this Invocatus. And then he's also got a Warlord trait, so if he is your Warlord, he has Road of 8 Bloody Steps. At the start of the first battle round, before the first turn begins, you can select up to 2 friendly World Eater core units within 9 inches of this warlord. This unit and the selected units can each make a normal move. So what's really interesting about that is there's no stipulation that you've got to be 9 inches outside of your opponent's deployment zone. You don't have to be 9 inches outside of any enemy models. So for example, if there's like infiltrators in the middle of the board or near your deployment zone, you can go right up next to them, which is pretty cool. Oh my god, yeah. He can also fly. He's got a fly keyword.
Yeah,
what?
He is atop a flying steed.
Is he really though?
Yeah,
explain the warp strike. I didn't think it ever was flying. Does the model not conjure up the image of what he's actually doing?
Well,
he definitely doesn't have wings.
He definitely doesn't have wings, but chaos operates in mysterious ways, right? Like,
yes, if it was like an ethereal, I mean, maybe it's meant to be like those old Greek and Roman gods flying on like horses in the clouds. It's that kind of symbolic similarity, but it's on a corn juggernaut, and it's like an evil version.
Basically, yeah.
Demon horse.
The demon horse. That is how it works. The glorious demon horsey.
It makes him. Oh god, that just makes him so much better. It also makes him so much more practical on a gaming piece because, like, there's a big ruin in the way. Doesn't matter. I've got fly. Just going to go straight through it.
Yeah.
Except obviously when charging. But
yes, wow. Charging is the variable. I mean, look, it's fair to say that outside of Angron and the Angron builds that people are probably going to be looking at, I still think Angron is the way to go, but I can understand why.
He's 160 points, by the way.
30 points more than Khan. And, was it 30 or maybe just 20 points more than Khan?
Khan was 140.
Yeah, so 20 points more than Khan. And in a lot of ways, just better in every perceivable way. So, essentially, there is a real good argument for why this guy is the way that you should try and look at building competitive World Eater lists. My opinion of him is that I think he makes your army too one-dimensional, and I think essentially you end up basically building into a system where, in order to get the most out of the Lord Invictus, you can't take Agron. Because if Agron's in your list, he has to be your warlord. And if he has to be your warlord, that's your only warlord trait. So you...
no, the rule, didn't it state one of these models must be your warlord? So it doesn't have to be Angron. Oh, wait, but does the others... Oh, wait, no, you're right, it is, because it's... if one or more has... it's only if it has a rule that says you must be the warlord. Yeah,
and there is...
okay, so, he does trump everyone else.
Yeah, and to the best of my knowledge, there is no stratagem that I've seen that allows you to take an additional warlord trait in this book.
Yes, it's odd that they say if a model in your army has this rule in effect, it's like there are no other models that you could possibly take in this army unless you were doing an unbound, like, open play army and taking another supreme commander, that those rules would really take effect. But you're right, there is no sort of generic stratagems to be like, I'm just going to give another person a warlord trait.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the thing that's super interesting about the Lord Invictus, is that you look at it and you think, this is the play. The problem is with it is that, like, the Lord Invictus at the start
his
of the
warlord trait's okay, but it's not great.
It is great if you're going first because it makes you super smashy. But the thing is with it is it's first battle round. So you have to do it whether you're going first or second. So your options are to either kind of push into the mid-board and use that aggressiveness to kind of get up there, and then potentially weather whatever's coming back at you, and then, really capitalize on that in your turn one. Or obviously if you're going first, you can just push the aggression and then just make yourself a problem. there are a lot of strategies that players will use to kind of neutralize that. For example, even though you can go within 9 inches of enemy models, that doesn't mean you can, for the majority of stuff in this army, walk through them. Yeah, okay, the Invictus can fly over them, but a lot of stuff has to respect those, infantry roadblocks. That's something they have to deal with. And then also the problem is if you're going second and you don't go aggressive, then the benefits of this warlord trait are relatively wasted. So it makes you really one-dimensional. And I think that's the thing. I genuinely think on balance that the Agron lists are going to be more competitive, because I think Agron gives you more versatility because you can build into a more kind of counter-punch style army that utilizes like rhino transports and things to hang out in the backboard and, come out swinging. Whereas the Invictus just basically makes it that you have to go slamming forwards like a lunatic, basically.
Yeah, I mean, even if you weren't going first, like, I guess you could still do your pre-game move and move up, but not crazy aggressive, just enough to hide him behind a ruin or something. So he's ready to pounce in like either your next turn or your, as a counter to your opponent's following turn after them. So I sort of it, but he can also deep strike, right? So you've got that utility of going, I'm not ever going to need that pre-game move. I'm going to deep strike him instead. Admittedly, you've got a long charge to make, which isn't going to be easily buffed in any way. Although there were some stratagems regarding charge. That was just charge modifiers. There's no like pluses to your charge moves or anything like that. But you could again go, I'm going to deep strike him down, but with the intention of not getting a turn 1 charge or turn 2 or 3 or whenever it is, and I'll move him into position in another turn. But then if you're being that cautious, maybe you're wasting his points because they're not going to get into combat till turn 3 at the earliest. So
yeah, and this is sort of where I'm saying that, the guy just it forces you into quite a one-dimensional build, and you are just basically then just hoping for the best a lot of the time. And I think the problem is that there's a real risk with this army of becoming too one-dimensional. And
I was going to say, is the whole point of World Eaters not that isn't it that they are one-dimensional? We run forwards and hit you with weapons. Like, that's it. That is one-dimensional.
That sort of strategy will not win you games overall. Like, I think a lot of people...
I just want to have fun, Dan. I just want to have fun, and I want to...
Oh, fine. Well, then, go nuts. I mean, please, sorry for everyone out there who's listening to this and thinking to themselves, oh, God, there's Dan talking about competitive play again. I'm just saying that, yes. I mean, look, I ran Iron Jaws this way. I had a great time doing it. Run at people and hope for the best. So,
I mean, they are very similar to the Juggernaut is very similar to the Pig Boys.
Yeah, the similarities between this army and the Iron Jaws is quite profound. Last of the units that I'll talk about, and then I'll hand over you, Phil, to choose your last one, has to be the 8-bound, I suppose, because they are kind of the other new thing that everyone's getting excited about. So you've got the 8-bound and the Exalted 8-bound. I'm just going to talk about the Exalted 8-bound because they seem like the ones that people are invested in. Needless to say, the 8-bound are like this, but a little worse. So effectively, you can see what the high-end variant is, and then, imagine what a slightly worse version of that might be like. So the Exalted 8-bound are not only some of the most derpy-looking minis in terms of what we see in photographs. I'm looking forward to seeing them in person, but the photos aren't doing them any favours at the moment. It's a fixed unit of 3. That's a really important variable. So you can't add more to this. Normal 8-bound can be in a unit of 6. These guys are just a unit of 3. That's basically how it works with Exalted 8-bound. So their movement is 9, which is good. Their weapon skill is 2+, which is good. Their ballistic skill is 3+, which is fine. Strength 6, strong. Toughness 5, good. 3 wounds, good. 4 attacks, good. Leadership 8 is what it is, and a 3+ save. And then if you're talking about the champion, they gain an additional attack and leadership. So they become attacks 5, leadership 9. Every model is equipped with 8-bound Eviscerator and 8-bound Chain Fist. So the Eviscerator is a strength 6, -3, 2 damage weapon, but each time you fight, you make 1 additional attack with that weapon. The Chain Fist is +3 strength, so that's going to be strength 9, -4, 2 damage. If the bearer is equipped with 2 8-bound Chain Fists, improve the damage characteristics of this weapon by 1, so you can make that as much as damage 3. And then you've got the Heavy Chain Glaive, which hasn't been spoken about just yet, but it is a strength +1, so strength 7, -3, 1 damage. Each time your attack is made with this weapon, make 2 additional hit rolls instead of 1. So, yeah, you get a lot of, attacks out of these chain glaives. So the Exalted 8-bound champion's 8-bound Eviscerator can be replaced with the Chain Fists. And the Exalted 8-bound champion, 8-bound Eviscerator, and 8-bound Chain Fist can be replaced with one Heavy Chain Glaive. So there you go. There's a bunch of the word 8-bound over and over again.
I feel immediately like the build is your regular 8-bound, get the double Chain Fists. So they're your like heavy hitters, because they'll be then doing 3 damage. And then you go for the Heavy Chain Glaive on the champion. So he's like your chaff killing unit, because he's then doing 10 attacks, or up to 12 on a charge, I guess. So you got 2 guys to deal with vehicles and elites, and then 1 guy to deal with chaff.
Yeah. I mean, they've got Blood Tithe and Warp Strike, which basically means that they use Blood Tithes and they can Deep Strike. They are Exalted Demonkin, so they've all got 4+ invulnerable saves. They're fearsome, so while enemy units are within 6 of this unit, subtract 1 from the leadership characteristics. And Blood Fury, while an enemy unit, excluding vehicles unit, is within 6 of this unit, each time that unit is selected to fall back or perform an action, roll 1d6. On a 4+, that unit cannot fall back this turn, or that action automatically fails. So yeah, 8-bound, good. I mean, broadly pretty strong. You can see why people are taking advantage of them, because they feel like they've got, a lot going on in terms of attacks and general durability and so on and so forth. So
I like the Fearsome Aura ability, because that stacks with the Disciples of Red Angels Violent Dismemberment, where you can get another -2 on the leadership. So if that's stacked, that's -3 leadership and then -1 combat attrition. So if you can manage to get in, kill a unit, and then there's other units nearby. Yeah, you've got to kill a unit, but then everything else in it. That's a bit of a weird one, because you basically got to kill a unit, and then you've got to have also done enough, or at least killed 1 model in other units nearby, because they're the ones that have got the minus to leadership and combat attrition, but you need to trigger them taking a morale test. So you can't really just charge in with 1 unit against another unit. You've either got to multi-charge, kill a bunch of stuff, plus kill a unit, or use other units at the same time to get maximum synergy. So I like it, although it feels harder to pull off.
Agreed. Do you have another unit that you want to talk about, Phil?
I do. It is the faction-specific terrain, which they don't have. So it's for Jackals.
The old Jackals. Let's hear about them
Dan's
then.
least favourite unit in the Codex, I'm guessing. Is that right?
Well, let's hear what they do. I think... Yeah, let's hear.
I mean, I like the look of them. The big chunky boy, who's the big guy, who's on the main image in the Codex sort of data sheet profile, looks cool. So you get, it's 8 to 17 Jackals. They have movement 6, weapon skill 4 plus ballistic skill 4, strength and toughness of 3, 1 wound, 3 attacks. Get that right. Leadership 6 and a 6+ save. You can also take 1 Jackal pack leader. Pretty much same stat line, but he's got an extra attack, and an extra leadership, so 4 attacks, leadership 7, and you can take 1 to 2 dishonored, which I think are the big guys. Same stat line again. Free attack still. Actually, what is different between them? No, exact same profile as the regular jackals, right? But
makes sense.
Just dishonored. So you can only include 1 dishonored for every 9 other models it contains in this unit. If a unit contains 11 or more models, its power rating goes up, and for every jackal and jackal pack leader, they're equipped with an auto pistol, the jackal chain blades, and every dishonored model is equipped with jackal chain blades. So they basically don't get the auto pistols. There's got to be something good about them, though, right? So you've auto pistol won't read out because that's just something basic. The jackal chain blade is a melee weapon, strength user, so 3 predominantly. I've seen it now. Dishonored strength 4, not strength 3. That's the difference on their profile. So slightly higher strength. -1 AP, 1 damage. Pretty basic. The Mauler Chainblade, which we've not seen, is +2 strength. So who can actually have that? Just a regular jackal guy. So that would be strength 6. Strength 5, because on the regular guys. -2 AP, 2 damage. And each time attack is made with a weapon, subtract 1 from the attack's hit rolls. And then a Skull Smasher, which is what the Dishonored can take. That is strength user. So strength 4, -2, 2 damage. And you make 2 hit rolls instead of 1. You can take a Jackal Icon. So you gain the Icon keyword, and each time a combat attrition test is taken for the bearer's unit. If you include the icon, add 1 to the combat attrition test. So that's not bad. For every 10 models in this unit, 1 jackal's jackal chainblade can be replaced with 1 Mauler chainblade. For any number of dishonored, can be equipped with a Skull Smasher. And why wouldn't you? And then every 10 models in this unit, 1 jackal can be equipped with 1 jackal icon. They're subject to blood tithe, and they've got jackal stims. So once per battle, when a unit is selected to fight, you can declare it will use its stims. If you do so, the unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, but you gain +1 strength characteristics to all the models in the unit, which is cool because it's a trade-off. You take damage, you get a buff, and it's once per game, which is super thematic, so I like that. And they got the cultist keyword in their inventory, basically. And that's it.
Yeah, all right, aren't they?
There was like a long pause. I was expecting something a bit more, I don't know, bit more. They're just average.
I wouldn't use them. There's 70 points for 10 of them. And then noting that within that there is some additional pointage. So if you want a Skull Smasher, that's +5 points. The Mauler Chainblade is +5 points, and the Icon is obviously 5 points as well. So obviously to get the most out of them, you're probably talking about 75 point unit for like 10, maybe 80 points for 10.
That's not cheap. Like regular guardsmen, normally 50 points.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Like, I'm not being funny, but like, they die like so effortlessly. Like you,
6 up save. Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I guess you could do safety in numbers and do like a squad of 20, but
yeah, but then you're just throwing good points after bad at that point, in my opinion. I think that's the problem with them. It's like, literally, if you find yourself in a, and the problem is with a 20-man unit, they're even harder to hide. So you find yourself in a situation where someone gets line of sight on one model in that unit, you're probably going to lose a third of it to a basic, a unit of intercessors will kill, like a unit of 5 intercessors, admittedly a 100-point unit. Sorry, not 100 points anymore. 90-point unit of intercessors will probably kill 4, 5, 6 of them without breaking too much of a sweat. 5 is probably the more consistent, realistic number. But the point is that like, yeah, it's just they a stiff breeze and they're gone. Also, as well, if you end up in a situation where you charge into something and they just pay to interrupt on you, or they have a fights first or can make you fight last. But then I suppose that's the thing with them. They run in and they get in the way and they cause problems. I mean, there must be some variable where they're useful, but I feel like if you're spending points on jackals, you're putting your points in the wrong places, in my opinion. I think the army is much more, berserker and or 8-bound focused, and I feel like that's probably where you should be investing your points. But, if you like the minis and you're interested in what they represent, and you think they're going to be a nice addition to your army, and you happen to be in a weird scenario where you've got 70 to 80 points kicking around with not much else to do with it, then fair enough, Sprinkle them in, but I wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I was just wondering if Angron's, one of his aura abilities, gave anyone an invuln save, but I don't think there is. It's just, it's like, reroll hits and, +1 to attacks.
I mean...
Yeah, I guess you could... I presume they're core, right? So you could hoof them up the board with old Invocatus. So they're just like a screening unit for the first few turns, and they're just going to be there to die instead of your better units dying, which is what cultists are all about, really. And I wonder if you took a demon. It's interesting.
I mean,
of course. I was like, if you took a demon prince, sure, you can get psychic powers, but obviously it's Khorne, so you can't.
No,
because that would be the only other way of giving them some extra durability. But that's not what this army's about.
Legitimately, I genuinely wish that the World Eaters could have just gotten access to regular cultists. I think regular cultists would have served them better.
But yeah, the shooting just isn't Khorne's way, though. So
regular cultists don't shoot necessarily. Even the ones with weapons, I genuinely think because aren't regular cultists 40 points for 10? Oh,
so you just think because they're cheaper, they're more useful?
Yeah.
That's fair enough. The idea that you've got some just cheaper bodies that maybe aren't as deliberately close combat-y. Because you want jackals light, basically. So take away their weapons and kind of keep them as there is, but drop their points. Yeah, and they're going to punch you. They're going to punch you to death.
Yeah, for me, it's sort of I don't know. I just would have preferred it if they just had access to regular cultists. But look, I get some people really dig these new minis, and obviously for those guys, happy for you. But the minis don't really do anything for me. And the unit doesn't... Again, any potential awesome damage output is just completely and utterly overshadowed by 1 wound, toughness free, 6-up armor.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not being funny, but I don't know, a Farseer with Smite and Executioner would kill between... could wipe the whole squad on its own with a lucky roll, but... more realistically is going to still kill about 6 or 7 of the things. And then,
I guess that's why they've got those icons, to try and keep them alive a bit longer.
Well, maybe. So there we go. That was us reading and or speculating about the wondrous world of World Eaters. As is customary, we'll give you a summary. Mine is this, Phil. World Eaters are good. The stuff about them that is good is basically all of the new generic World Eater stuff. I think there is an argument that the Terminators and the Land Raiders and the Predators and the Forge Fiends and the Hell Drakes and all the stuff that's in regular Chaos Space Marines are as good here as they are there. But I think, obviously, the stuff that really makes the army sing is all of the new fancy units that have been added. And obviously the core of it being Berserkers and Angron. I think the HQ section is really weak. I think the fact that there's no Lord on foot is a real shame, especially when you consider that the Warhammer Plus exclusive miniature at the moment is a Khorne Lord in Terminator armor, which is not a miniature that you can field in this army.
That's true. That's interesting. But then, because the previous one was obviously the Assassin, which was a pre-existing model. So it does have rules, technically. I I got one because I had an option to buy both, and I gave it to Tim. Well, Tim gave me money, and I bought it on his behalf, basically. So he had it for his World Eaters army, which I think he's still doing, because he's doing his as sort of Primaris, like loyalist World Eaters via the designs of Belisarius Call, I believe. But yeah, he had that terminated. So I don't know if there's rules in the box for that model. A bit like those event exclusive ones, there might be, but they're obviously not suitable for match play. But you're right, that one would have been cool to have added in here.
Yeah.
But then if they did, people would complain because you couldn't buy it unless you signed up.
Well, no, but there is you only have to go to the Chaos Space Marine segment of...
generic Terminator Lord model.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
is a generic Terminator Lord model that exists, right? And
because they did what's interesting, let me just skip to the page for it. It's the like Lord Executioner. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the World Eater's Master of Executioners is the generic like Executioner like mini, but then they've just done a head swap on it, which is odd because you don't quite normally see conversions on a datasheet photo. But it looks really cool, and it's just painted red, and I like him. He looks nice.
Yeah, I agree.
So I guess you got him as well as an option, plus as another option as a HQ on foot. Yeah. Sorry, carry on with your summary.
Well, no. I mean, it was really good to get your expansion on it, mate. But yeah, look, I think that's the thing. I think they are good. I think the World Eater stuff really adds to it. I think the things that I would have liked to have seen in it, I think, the HQ section feels weak to me. Could have had some on-foot characters, most notably Terminator Lord, but also just a standard Lord as well. I think, people like that flexibility. Would have been nice maybe even to have seen, like... I get that they wouldn't have a warpsmith, so I'm probably okay with the absence of, like, a warpsmith. But again, if you're going to go down this, like, jackal archetype, for example, might have been interesting to have seen, like, a jackal character that could have, like, represented the leader of this organization.
Yeah,
the pit person
almost like a Fabius Barless character, the person that's creating the stims and jacking them up. So it's like a apothecary evil type of character. Could have been interesting. Yeah,
something that sort of resonated with those. But look, I mean, overall, World Eaters are strong, right? All the rules they've got make them do the things they want to do real well. It's really difficult to say anything other than I think they are an interesting army list that I think will definitely be, doing well for themselves. There's very little I can point to in this book and go, that's not, fit for purpose. I think, again, at least within the kind of core Khorne unit, you're never going to take Predators. Barely anyone's ever going to take a Land Raider, although I would encourage you to do so, because the toughness line, Land Raider feels pretty strong to me, but I understand why people are a bit kind of ideologically opposed to Land Raiders at this point. So yeah, like overall, I think, World Eaters seem like in a good place, and I really like the Agron gimmick, and I think if I was writing World Eaters lists, I'd really struggle to look past Agron. I think I'd just keep coming back to him every time, being like, well, it's gonna have Agron in it. That would be my consistent thing. But and also last thing, the book itself is really wonderful. The fact that warlord traits are fixed to characters, the fact that there's very little in the way of relics, and the ones that are there are all broadly useful. It's great. It's a very good book.
I was going to say, what's interesting is normally you get like a warlord trait section and they tell you these characters take these ones. What they've instead done is just written them on the datasheet for that character and said, if they have a warlord trait, this is it. So it's in the place where you want it. So you're not flipping back and forth. You made a good point. That was, a really nice sort of quality improvement over previous codexes. I'm sure there was something else, but I forgot. It's good. I like it. My point was, if you're not taking Angron, why are you doing World Eaters? I sort of feel like now you've got Angron, he is like an auto-include. Obviously, you could do like a sort of maybe older classic army with like Convert Betrayer and other stuff, but it sort of feels like, yeah, just have Angron, like, no matter what. Like, I'm drawn to the idea of Angron, Lord Invocatus, loads of Jackals, load of Berserkers predominantly, and like, that is your army. Like, really small, neat, not too crazy, not leaning into too many other stuff. The Terminators actually seem pretty nice, even though they're the bog standard ones, just painted red. Then as you say, a Land Raider, it seems kind of cool. Like, I like the look of them. I'd be drawn to that as an army type, as like a simple build. Although your idea of the army run around with loads of demon engines is also seems really cool as well. Like, I do like that as well.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? I think, like, overall, like, World Eaters within the world of 40k, they are probably not a very numerous legion anymore, right? Like, you got to assume that their life choices don't lead to a long, prosperous existence in the war-torn hellscape that is the warp. So, the idea of how the army is and what it represents, I would assume that when the World Eaters come out, it is very much under the banner of Agron, and that they're probably a small dedicated war band, and small within the confines of Chaos Legions anyway, that come together under Agron's banner and go and tear things up. So I think you're right in a way that, like, World Eaters kind of feel like, certainly at 2,000 points anyway, like you do need to kind of build around that Agron concept. Outside of 2,000 points, I mean, obviously if you're doing like 1,000 points and bits and pieces like that, I think that's where you start to kind of have an argument for including things like Khan, or more likely the Lord Invictus. But yeah, like, I think overall, like, I can't really fault it. I think the book's really nice. I think the rules are really good. I think, it's a very powerful army, and it's very obvious how powerful it is. And again, I think, if we bookmark 9th edition from Space Marines that kind of kicked it off, I was very positive about that Space Marine book when it first came out. Oh, yeah. Again, it felt like a very sensible set of measures that was, creating a sense of balance, and this was coming off obviously the back of
because that was a toned down version of the 8th edition 2.0 Codex for the Space Marines.
Yeah, 100%. And then we moved into the bloat that was the kind of middle section, but in a way it's kind of like, actually, like, if you look at the start of 9th edition and then you look at the end of 9th edition, I would argue that, this is some of the more kind of interesting moments within it, because those two books are actually quite good. The Marine books really struggles with all the problems that we've addressed in terms of, the layouts and other bits and pieces, but, it has been a pretty good, consistent book. And yeah, the World Eaters is just a nice way to sign off the edition. I think it's a shame that a lot of the kind of design philosophies and things that they adapted for this book hadn't really kind of come into their own earlier. But, this is, I suppose, is the nature of the process. It's like, by the time they work out how to work the rules or get a good feel for what it is that people want, they're already rolling on to the next thing. So it's going to be interesting to see what, occurs with 10th edition and how they start to adopt new book layouts and so on. But
yeah,
we'll get to that when we get to it.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the new models for World Eaters are really stunning for the most part. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the Exalted 8-bounds. The regular 8-bound, I think they're really good. But it feels like the army's a bit propped up by the old Chaos range. Like I said, the Predators and the Land Raiders and stuff, like, they need that to flesh it out. And it feels like there needs really to be a sort of second wave of Chaos minis where they can go, yeah, here's your World Eater specific Terminators, or a couple of like World Eater, I don't know, Demon Engines or something, or maybe just some more inventory to sort of flesh out the army to make it a bit bigger and feel as unique as Death Guard. But maybe it doesn't need that, because it is a bit more of a quintessentially classic Chaos Legion unlike Nurgle, which is so unique, it does need a bunch of new stuff, right? And it could just be that actually maybe the Chaos range just needs to be updated, because some of the things like Defilers and the Spawn models are looking a bit dated, and if they update those, like Hellbrute as well, like if they updated all of those, great for the Chaos range, but also great for World Eaters as well.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think there's a thing across Chaos Space Marines, World Eaters, Death Guard, Thousand Suns. There's some really beautiful miniatures now. Obviously, can't wait for the Emperor's Children to get added to that whole range. But at the moment, I think there's some really cool stuff going on in that space. And I'm really excited to see what they continue to develop and deliver for those factions going forwards. I definitely feel like Thousand Suns need a little bit of love. World Eaters definitely feel like they are another release away from being, spot on. We need that Juggernaut cavalry unit. That has to happen.
Oh, I think it's an absolute,
it's an absolute crime that we didn't get it this time around. But I think, some of the best miniatures in this, the best miniature in this range is the Lord on Juggernaut. Like, that is the piece de resistance, or whatever the words are for the range, and the Berserkers are then number 2 to me. The Juggernaut Lord, the Berserkers, top shelf chaos fun. Agron's a great mini. The 8-bound are awful, but again, rules seem pretty reasonable, so I get that people will like those. The Jackals I'm not into at all, but I do understand that people like them, so that's great. Overall, I'd say that, as a range, I'm excited for it. I think the thing I'd like to see next is, obviously they've got the Lord of Skulls, but it'd be good to see like maybe another unique vehicle or something like, that better fits their aesthetic. But other than that, no. I mean, or maybe like a unique Dreadnought, something like that, another Hellbrute variant, or just something
like a
else.
Close combat-y, something or other. Yeah. I'm sort of surprised, because you remember, I think for the regular Chaos Army, you had the like demonic-infused cultists. I can't quite remember what they were called. I'm sort of surprised they weren't in here. Sort of like, basically like demon-possessed jackals. If they're doing the whole 8-bound and like they're demon possessed, basically. So I'm surprised I haven't lent more into the demon or demonic elements of the army, and it is a bit more like traditional, just chaos, and some of that is demon engines. And potentially, obviously, we've got Vashtor coming down the line. Maybe we'll get more demon engine minis with him, or potentially Dark Mechanicum, but. If you get more demon engines, then obviously they'd be appropriate for this army as well. Yeah,
no, of course, man. Well, we shall wait and see, but until then, I reckon that'll do. So overall, thumbs up for World Eaters. Worth the wait, I'd say.
A good end for the 9th edition codexes, I think.
Exactly, man. Goodbye, 9th edition. We barely knew you, although we're going to continue to play you for around 3 more months. But,
exactly. We've still got Arcs of Omen and other bits, no doubt.
Oh, of course. There's still plenty of life in the old dog. Transitional noise. Thank you. All right, everyone. We didn't actually realise this was happening, but it did happen, and here it is as a segment, because, we love talking about current affairs. And what's more current and or affair than the Warhammer World Open Day? Did you know this was happening, Phil?
Yes, although I wasn't expecting them to do any reveals, or at least they hadn't advertised the fact that they were going to do like a live stream like they normally do with their big reveals. So this time it was a stealth reveal where they just dropped a couple of articles on Warhammer Community.
That's it. An ever so slightly underwhelming but seemingly important moment in the Warhammer calendar, the Warhammer Open Day, a glorious Games Workshop, Warhammer World. again, really, I mean, not being facetious, but like, you know, every day at Warhammer World is a Warhammer Open Day in many respects, but obviously in this one, you get, I don't know, developers or whatever, designers.
No, none of that.
What?
No. So, of open days of old, and what you expect when you go to places like Warhammer Fest is designers, game designers, graphic designers, artists are all there, and you can chat to them, have a behind the scenes, chin wag. And they used to do that quite a lot with the Horus Heresy open days as well of old. They didn't do that this time around. And you would have thought that they would have done that at this open day, but apparently not. So one of our buddies, Sean, who lives up there, he went, and I've seen a couple of other chats of people that had been. Predominantly, it seems like it was advertised, or let's say it wasn't advertised, but catered for more new people. So if you're just getting into the hobby, you'd have had a great time because it was all very sort of basic sort of stuff. If you're getting into the hobby, you just want to see some cool models and you want to do a few activities and stuff. So there was a build, a sprue pile where you could build stuff. Apparently that was a separate ticket from the main one. The main ticket, I think, originally did cost money, and then they refunded it all and made it free for everyone. There was a cabinet with all the new models that we're, going to talk about shortly. There was a bunch of like cosplay, people, like, just fans doing their own cosplay, showing off, all of their kits, as well as some of them actually wearing, the stuff and all dressed up. And there was like some third party retailers. It's not Fantasy Flight. I can't remember the name of it. Basically the people that do the new roleplay game.
Oh, okay.
There's an AOS one. There's the old Warhammer Fantasy one, which is fantastic, Woofrup, as it's called by the cool kids. And then there's I think there's two versions of the 40k one. There's a generic one where you play all kind of cool people, like Space Marines. Well, let's not say they're cool, because the newest version is the cool one where you play all the low life. You play people much
the real cool kids. The outcasts.
Yes, the actual cool kids, yeah, the hipsters of 40k, which tend to be maybe a bit more along the lines of like, the rogue traders and the Inquisitors or lower, as opposed to Space Marines and, someone from the Adeptus Mechanicus and stuff like that, which always seemed a bit odd because you had like a Sisters of Battle, a Space Marine, a Tech Priest, and probably like an Imperial Guardsman all hanging out together on a mission, and you just go, this seems a bit odd, but okay. Whereas I think the new one that they've just released is a bit more thematically correct in terms of how you would have a group of misfits all together. So they had stuff like that as well, which seemed quite interesting. But I guess if you wanted that behind the scenes chat with staff or what have you, you'd be a bit disappointed because they didn't do that sort of stuff this time around.
Do you think that's indicative of, the changing philosophy that people are speculating about? Those people who talk about, there's only hands in the videos.
I mean, possibly. It's interesting because there was an update on that just recently where the Games Workshop have actually put out some language-specific versions of videos where they've dubbed them. So they've taken the hands-only versions of painting videos.
And dubbed them, as they said they would.
Yeah, they never said they would, but people speculated that they might, for translation purposes. So there's one in Japanese and one in German. Although it is a bit odd because I don't necessarily have a problem seeing someone's face and then just being dubbed or subtitled in an appropriate language. So I don't necessarily see why they did that. Maybe they thought it would be better, or it's more appealing to someone in a certain country to assume that you're being talked to by someone from that country. So if you're in Japan, you'd probably want to say Japanese presenter.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're not doing that, so they've just given you someone who does, I'd say, who does Japanese, who speaks Japanese.
Does the Japanese? Yes,
he does. They do. They
Japanese, do's the Japanese. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So rather than having a
non-doer
Japanese presenter, so I guess it sort of works.
I mean, it does sound like it works. I mean, dubbing by all accounts is quite a laborious thing because I imagine most people involved in dubbing stuff would like to try and achieve some kind of lip sync. Otherwise, it just takes you out of it, right? You don't.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean actual dubbed. I mean, they could just do a voiceover or just do captions, right?
Yeah, but then,
whatever language.
Then what's the face doing? Just sort of...
Well, it's like the old school...
I appreciate none of our listeners can understand what I just did there. I sort of, put my...
Wobbled your head.
I just wobbled my head about to indicate as if I'm talking.
Yeah.
Like in those
I love those old school
JRPG
dubbed
games.
stuff where people's mouths are talking.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they should do.
The voice is just slightly out of sync.
Yeah, go for like one of those kind of like gaming conventions, like a Legend of Zelda, where they just have like sound effects or whatever, or like a Animal Crossing, where it's all just like, and then they put the
speech text box that appears.
But then you got to pay attention to the video as much as like you got like sometimes you might be painting along listening.
Yes, I think that's where probably captions don't work very well, because actually it's easier just to listen to something while you're painting along yourself.
Exactly.
I think it's more interesting that they maybe haven't done a language specific channels, but at the same time they've been removing some of their social media channels and conglomerating them more into like single ones. So they got rid of I definitely remember seeing a sign for Black Library. So Black Library on Instagram, that's disappeared.
Yeah.
And I think some of the other ones...
Have they got rid of Forge World
yet? Or something. No, Forge World 1 became Horus Heresy a while back.
There used to be, though, back in the day, there used to be these really wonderful Forge World videos of the developers talking about like the early...
Oh no, that's still all on. That's still on their YouTube channel, so that still exists. But I mean, they had individual accounts for things like Black Library.
There it is, Forge World
on
visual
Instagram
feed.
and on Facebook.
This is
is that its own YouTube channel?
Forge World visual feed. This is a beautiful time capsule of wonderful Games Workshopness, because you get to look at old I've completely...
interviews of Alan Blythe.
Yes,
basically.
yes, it's wonderful. It's a beautiful thing. It's also maddening in so many ways, though, to look back and be like, you can see here where they were like, cool, we've started doing Horus Heresy now. And it's like 10 years ago. You're like, oh my God, this has been kicking around for a while. Also, I have to say, though, like some of these old like Forge World designers that they've got in these videos, they're like, like to me, I look at them and they're proper, right? Old, proper, grisly, nerdy kind of designers and writers and things. They've all got like unnecessary amounts of jewelry in their faces, so many piercings and like just.
You get one for every miniature that you produce at Games Workshop. That's the trial. It's like service studs.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true.
They get added on
like the rings of a tree. Once you cut them in, you just got to stick them in your head. Lovely. Anyway, we've gone on a tangent.
Anyway, we're going back to Open Day.
Yeah, but obviously, anyone listening to this, you need to go check out Forge World visual feed. It's absolutely awesome. It's a wonderful thing to look at. But anyway, yeah, so fine. It was a pretty underwhelming event by the sounds of it, but they did reveal stuff. And one of the things that they revealed, the first of the things that they revealed, was Arcs of Omen Farsight, which won't surprise you, concerns a well-known Tau commander, leader of the Farsight Enclaves, no less, Commander Farsight.
Ooh.
Indeed.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him. He's got a new mini, Phil. Now, obviously, as is the format of us talking about minis, the listener can't see what we see, but we're hopeful that they're going to now, via their mobile technology and or desktop PC, seek out the relevant imagery to see that what we're talking about. But
or just enable their memory from
that's true.
A week or so ago,
exactly.
If they're listening to it.
Exactly.
Because most people would have seen these by now, I would have thought.
I would hope so. The point is it's a very good miniature. That's the long and short of it. I imagine it's one of those miniatures with elements that will go wrong every time you try and use it as a gaming piece. It's riddled with problems. In terms of...
are you talking about the very spindly ribbons that are dangling off of his sword?
The ribbons dangling off the swords, the antenna coming out from all directions, the various veins and...
Oh, yes, on the backpack, but yeah.
Also the cherry blossom trees that he stands in close proximity to.
Yes.
those there are coming off for sure.
Yeah, I do like the addition of a cherry blossom, and it's a bit controversial. It's interesting that this model especially, and maybe for any future Tau stuff, they're really leaning heavily and effectively acknowledging the fact that it's all basically a Japanese trope and inspiration, right? The shoulder pad on him is very sort of samurai-esque. The cherry blossom obviously nodding to that as well. And obviously it's sort of mech robots, right? Which is all very Japanese anyway. But they feel like they're so much more admitting it in this one model than they ever have. Like no other model has really come this close to being so obviously Japanese.
Yeah.
But I do like it. And I like the cherry blossom addition to it. And I like that it is almost more paying homage to the inspiration of the town in the first place.
Yeah, I think, first and foremost, the trailer that showcases the artwork supporting the character and the miniature, very, very, very inspired by all that kind of old school Japanese prints, and I suppose quite opposite from prints in a way, because it's more kind of like a watercolor. I'm not entirely sure off the top. My art history is all right, but I'm not entirely sure what the kind of watercolor connection has been with kind of, the history of Japan necessarily. But maybe it's there and I don't know it intimately enough. But the point is that, yeah, you can see very clearly all of those kind of Japanese influences. They've got some odd clipping issues, I will say, in the way that they chose to animate this piece of artwork. So they've got like this nice, watercolor style painting, but then they've added weird 3D effects to the ribbony bits, and then the face sort of doesn't quite work perfectly. But look, I mean, as a miniature, it's super cool. It really gets across the the attitude and the sort of flavor of the Tau, and I just think it's a beautiful centerpiece miniature. Like, there's nothing else I can say about it other than the fact it looks incredible. Fun fact, Phil. Farsight on his main arm, his, what would you call that? His pauldron, his pauldron, his green
gauntlets.
Yes, one of those. Anyway, long story short, he's got the same symbol, I forget,
the hexagram that people have been talking about.
Yes, from the Dark Angels.
Yes, that's interesting. I mean, it would be interesting to see if it's a coincidence or if it deliberately ties in, and if so, how. I think even Games Workshop themselves have acknowledged it, because they did a social post on Facebook saying, "What do people think about it? Like, give us your theories." So yeah, it's an interesting nod if it is actually tied in with Dark Angels, because you very rarely get kind of cross-pollination between two races, especially from a model point of view. Like, you had, obviously, story-wise, Gilliman's armor or Gilliman's resurrection was infused and assisted by the Inari, and obviously the armor was Adeptus Mechanicus from Cool. But you never really had, it's not like you had an Aeldari rune on the armor or anything like that. So yeah, if this actually is from Dark Angels, that's kind of cool, I guess.
Yeah.
Interesting to see what the explanation is for it more. It's currently we're in a mystery box phase where we don't know. The answer to that could be incredibly exciting or really lame. So it just depends on how good the story writers pull off whatever it might be.
Well, maybe what it is that, there was a desperate war involving Lionel Johnson and the Tau fighting off against Tyranids or something. And they fought back to back in a valiant effort. And at the end, Lionel Johnson went, "You're all right, you." And he gave him a piece of the rock, which is the ship forged from the remnants of Caliban. And on that rock, it was a sacred piece of rock that had the symbol, and it's like the symbol of the hexagram. And that is like one of the ultimate symbols of the Lion's authority. And anyone who wields that is basically, assumed to have the level of authority that the Lion otherwise would have. But when it was placed upon Farsight's armor, it basically leveled it up like a Pokemon, and it evolved into, in a kind of anime mech way.
So Farsight went to level 100.
He did. That's it.
I
mega
could
evolution.
not say, I could totally imagine that the back-to-back fighting is a gift for winning the day. Will probably be the answer. If it's something more complicated than that, I'll be pleasantly surprised. I mean, I would love it if it's something a bit more complicated and interesting. But your answer is the most straightforward one, and that will probably be what it is.
No. Let's be honest, Phil. You know what the answer is going to be. It's a complete coincidence, and they're never going to explain it.
Oh, quite likely.
Yes.
Quite likely.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that...
It was maybe a little subtle nod that the designer did and no one else knew about in Games Workshop. Obviously, except Big Dark Angel fans have gone, oh my God, it's this.
It's the thing from the thing. Anyway. But look, overall, Commander Farsight, cool. He's got an Arcs of Omen book, so the fourth of the Arcs of Omen books will be...
Oh, God. I mean, they're coming out thick and fast, right?
It's like a Psychic Awakening all over again, isn't it?
But it's like Psychic Awakening, but on a weekly basis. A Psychic Awakening, as you sort of just said.
I think you just said it.
It feels like they're coming up. It feels like they're a bit too quick, but that could be because we've had a bit of a backlog in terms of trying to get the books. We finally managed to get Arcs of Omen Abaddon, which is amazing because Games Workshop put them back on their web store. I ordered mine a few weeks back. It's finally arrived, I'm pleased to say. And then you got yours from, was it Games Workshop Kingston?
Kingston upon Thames, yeah, the very same.
Lovely.
Treasure trove. By the way, anyone out there looking for like random old minis, I was in Kingston the other day, and that Warhammer store there seems to have loads of old like minis that you're like, oh, you've got that in the shelf. It's like, okay, weird. I'll have one of them. So yeah,
nice. So hopefully I imagine it'll be a bumper Arcs of Omen,
which is Arcs of Omen it to the nines
for at least an episode or two, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we've got Agron and Abaddon.
Oh God, not Voshner, whatever he's called.
Vashnir.
Is it Vashnir?
I thought it was Vashnir. Yeah,
it's something like that. His one's on pre-order this weekend.
Oh, we better get ordering that then.
That one will be coming up soon as well. So God, lots to read because I want to read all the lore bits as well, not just the rules.
Yeah.
The White Dwarf episodes again, knocking out of the park. So there's another one just about to drop, which I think has another like 6 odd missions in with a bunch of extra rules. This time conveyor belts.
Maybe what we should do something really uncharacteristic of ourselves, right? And we should actually do something that we haven't done in a while. As just fans of the hobby, we should dive into current 40k lore and actually do as good a job as we possibly can over like the next few weeks, catching up on all of the actual lore associated with Arcs of Omen. So as we can do a podcast where all we do is just talk about all the weird fluffy stuff that goes on and the storyline. Yeah. And update
Arcs of Omen book club.
Yes, basically. Yeah. So maybe like you can read Agron and I can do Abaddon. And I can tell you the story of Abaddon, and you can tell me the story of Agron, and we can meet in the middle.
Well, true. Or we just read them all ourselves and then just chat about them.
Chat about it. Did you like the bit with the thing where they fought? Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's
so maybe we should do that. That'd be good.
But yeah, there's another Arcs of Omen book. By all accounts, the last one in the series is going to be Lionel Johnson. But we don't know that for sure, so let's not speculate. Also, there is a box set for Farsight. No doubt probably one of the first ways you're going to be able to buy him in this lovely boarding patrol box set. Don't know what the cost is, but I'll tell you what, it's a flipping good deal. If you're looking to get into Tau, you get a unit of crisis suits, which are quintessential Tau. You get a unit of breachers or warriors, depending on how you choose to build them, which again, quintessential Tau. And you get the gorgeous Farsight Mini. If you were in any way ever interested in playing Tau, and you haven't already done so, or even if you already own Tau, this is still a pretty fantastic box. So, 5 stars.
I mean, the crisis suits do look pretty dated next to Commander Farsight. because he's clearly got the same kind of head. It's obviously been redesigned, similar like sort of shield on one of them, similar sort of kind of suit, right? But it's just so much better.
Well, it's because of the Mega Evolution from Lionel Johnson's.
Well, that's true. Yes, is true.
They gave him a rare candy, and now look at him.
Exactly.
Leveled up. Anyway, there you go. I wonder if he's learned cut. Probably. But if he learns cut, Phil, that's an ability that he, would be losing out for in other areas because you can't unlearn HMs.
Is this a Pokemon reference?
Yeah, it's a Pokemon reference. Yeah.
Okay, I don't understand.
Do you think he could learn surf?
I don't care.
Okay. All right, cool. On the topic of things Phil doesn't care about, let's quickly talk about Snagrot. Now, Snagrot, just for setting the record straight, Snagrot is probably still one of my favourite Orc minis, and by that I mean the old metal one. I think the old metal Snagrot is by far and away one of the greatest examples of old school Orc miniatures when Orcs were just, layered with beautiful personality for the first time. Captain Badrock is still my number one of the Orc minis.
Oh god, yeah, Badrock, fantastic,
incredible. Can you not wait, Phil, for them to ruin him, Captain Badrock? As according to you, you believe they've done with Snagrot here, because you're not a fan, are you?
Not a huge amount, no. If I'm honest, I mean, I think the original one's still better.
I will go along with that. I think the original Snagrot is pretty phenomenal. It's interesting, isn't it? Right, because the thing is with Snagrot is that you look at this new Snagrot miniature, and it has all of the kind of key components of Snagrot, but like it's sort of done. It's sort of weird. It's because obviously I don't want to be ridiculous about it, but to me it's because this is so clearly a beautifully rendered, 3D designed miniature, whereas obviously the old Snagrot mini is a product of, old school, model making techniques, and it's got lots of strange proportions and interesting details, but everything is kind of embellished, but to an extent that isn't too ridiculous. Although it's actually quite funny looking back at the Snagrot model now, because again, as is always the way, it looked different in my head than it does in reality, but I still prefer it to the new one. But I don't hate the new one or dislike the new one in any way. If anything, I think it looks pretty cool. So, I mean, I'm in favour of this. Snagrot's a great character. It's really cool to get a sneaky Orc boss that you can lead your all your various what are they called now? The commandos.
Commandos, yeah, Orc commandos.
Although intriguingly, just to completely jump ahead, the boarding patrol that features old Snagrot
doesn't give you commandos.
Oh no, it does. There they are. There's a few of them. So. Oh, no. Oh, okay. What they've done is they've weirdly spread out. As commandos obviously do, they've hidden them. So the box of 5 commandos is actually sprinkled in with the...
yes, you are right, because it's the new guys.
Yeah, the new guys. What are the new guys called?
Beast Snaggers.
Beast Snaggers, thank you. Good God.
And then behind it is the Flash Gits, who are awesome.
Yes.
And yeah, it feels like they're doing you a bit dirty. Like they should give you more of the commandos. Actually,
yeah, like 2 boxes of commandos would have been freaking awesome.
I think there is 10 in there. There is 10 commandos.
Yeah, but that's one box of commandos.
You could almost get rid of the beast snaggers,
and
just have 2 lots of commandos. I don't mind it. It's okay as a box set. I like that you get the Flash Gits in there as well. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Solid box set again.
Yeah, I mean, his model, I can't quite put my finger on what is bad about it. It'd be interesting to see the full model with the sort of helmet on, because I don't think I like it sort of being off his head.
Oh yeah, he's got to be wearing the mask.
And they've given you like an insert of him wearing the mask, like the night vision goggles, but you can't see that in full. And I think that version would probably look better because that's more like the original one.
Yeah.
He just feels very top heavy, like really tiny legs and really big, like chest, torso, shoulders.
Yeah, but that's just the orc design.
Well, no, that is true. That is true. But yeah, there's something there's a bit more character to the original, I think, for whatever reason. But yeah, quite often it's, it is just that way sometimes when you see models and they either grow on you or they just look better in person, once you finally see it. But yeah, I don't know. This one doesn't blow me away in the same way that Farsight did.
That's fair. I personally love Snagrot. I think, again...
I was going to say, is it not Snickrot?
All right, Snagrot, whatever it is.
I could just imagine people complaining about us, because I tried to Google Snagrot, and that's someone else.
See, this is a weird thing, though, isn't it, right? I mean, I'm talking... Snickrot, if that's what he's supposed to be called, is a, character that has existed since... God, I can't remember when they first introduced Snickrot in the old days.
Like the 90s.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, I've been saying it wrong the whole time. But no, we've never been in a situation where anyone's corrected it, so I've just gotten into this habit. So I will get better at calling it
I think that happens all the time. Like, I used to pronounce things all kind of... Because I think quite often... you would just glance at a word, assume that's how it's pronounced, and then it's only much later on you go, oh wow, it's spelled completely differently.
Yes.
But also some things like, I always used to pronounce it Adeptus Arbites, Adeptus Arbites, because custodes used to be the general way we pronounced it when we were younger, and it was only when Custodes got released and they kind of clarified how it's pronounced, or the Black Library, novels or what have you, or audiobooks, you can finally sort of understand how things are pronounced. And then when you follow that kind of logic of Custodes, then Arbites makes more sense than Arbites, even though Arbites does kind of sound cooler. So yeah, I'm happy to update my pronunciation of butchered words.
For the best, my friend, for the best. I think that's it, though, isn't it? Right? That just sort of, it just kind of comes with the territory. You're going to get some names wrong from here and there. But yes, but the point is I like the mini. I'm glad they've added him to the orc selection. I mean, it puts, again, orcs in a continuing position of being arguably the best range in Warhammer 40,000, I think. I think overall... it's hard to point to much in orcs at the moment and say, ooh, that's not good. You know what I mean?
True. Oh,
there ain't much in that range that doesn't slap, as it were. Tank busters, not the best. They're probably about it in terms of the stuff that isn't on point.
Yeah, I would say I would have assumed Sisters of Battle are probably one of the best rangers out there so far, partly because they're all new models. There's nothing dated. There are a couple of bad character models.
Yes,
but overall, I would say they're all pretty stunning minis.
I think for me, I think Orcs probably still best range by far. I think.
I'm not surprised. I mean, Orcs do always win on the humour front, right? That's why they always tend to win like a best army nomination or something whenever we go to events.
Oh, I'll tell you what, actually,
find them funny.
The kill rig, now that I remember it, is a bit of a negative.
Yes, the old Playmobil.
The old Masters of the Universe playset.
But I mean, every army has one of those now. Like God, I've got Rogel Dawn.
Yeah,
I know people love it, but it's not.
I'll tell you what, though, the Death Dread, like the actual Orc Dreadnought.
So brilliant!
Good. Yeah, so good. And that mini is ancient now, and it's incredible. The killer cans.
Oh God, killer cans are the best. Yeah.
That's the thing. And the commandos, incredible. That's the thing. When you go through, the good stuff in their range is redonkulous. That flipping new war boss they released as well in Mega Armor. Oh, God.
With a little Gretchen gunner on it.
Have you seen that mini in reality?
I'm sure I have, yeah.
It's so good. It's like one of those ones where you're like, Jesus, this range. Just fantastic. I don't know. But for me, just another great miniature and a collection of great miniatures. I think they're just continuing to deliver great quality. And, I hope that eventually they get around to giving us a new Captain Badrock, because that mini is phenomenal. So I'd love to see an update to him. at that
I
point,
would say that's one of the few where you just go, keep it the same.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Remake it in plastic.
Yeah,
And make
yeah, that's
him
all I
maybe a
that's all I
touch
want.
bigger.
Which is essentially what they've just done with Snigrot as well. Snickrot. I've got to learn these new words, for old things. I'm just going to continue to call him Snagrot. Screw it.
Fair enough.
He's always been Snagrot to me. Snagrot to his friends. That's the way it goes. Outside of that, there was some Age of Sigmar stuff. They had a new Blades of Khorne book, and Hedonites of Slanesh announced. The new Blades of Khorne mini is really cool. Will look utterly out of place in the Blades of Khorne range, which is really dated already. Like, that range has lost a lot of luster over the 8 or so years since it first came out, and you can kind of see that.
I feel like we've been slagging off Blades of Khorne for the last 2 episodes in a row now. We always find a way of talking about them.
Well, they're in here. They're a new book. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the concept of Blades of Khorne. I'm a Khorne fan, but and this is we were talking about World Eaters this episode, so why not throw in some Blades of Khorne
That's true.
shenanigans into the mix? But yeah, I hope they've got a good battle tone, and this mini is cool. So
the artwork for that battle tone is pretty phenomenal. That is sweet.
Yeah, it's pretty up there. I mean, and again, they're beating up Hedonites of Slaanesh.
Yeah.
And then if you refer to the Hedonites of Slaanesh front cover,
are they getting beaten up by the Blades of Khorne?
That's it. They're just getting slapped.
It's just a focus on the guy at the bottom.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you go to it looks like they're fighting Daughters of Cain in.
It's the Hedonites of Slanesh is. This was interesting because I saw people talk about it on Twitter. It's basically a recolored and slightly updated piece of artwork. So the original one, the colour and style is a lot kind of grim and darker, and I think they'd done it for the Beastmen as well, where they've basically taken old artwork, updated the style of it, like colour-wise, and also subtly changed the artwork as well by like maybe replacing some of the background kind of creatures with some other ones, and slightly different ways of altering and updating old artwork, which is interesting, I guess, as a thing. Breathes new life to old work, I guess.
Well, indeed. Well, look, long story short, I'm excited for those as an Age of Sigmar person, but I won't be collecting either of them. But yeah, Farsight, phenomenal. Snigrot, whatever we're supposed to call him now, tip top. And yeah, overall, a nice surprise reveal, worthy of conversation, which we just had. So yeah, closing thoughts, Phil?
It was quite a minor update, right? It wasn't anything super special. It didn't deserve a full-on video live stream, unless of course they're stopping them because of the whole
we've got moving away
thing.
From them.
Who knows? I assume not. I assume they do another one of those when the next big event comes up. But yeah, they both were okay. Like, I wouldn't have wanted to, stay up to, actually it was in the daytime anyway, but I wasn't waiting around, clicking refresh, desperate to see what it was, but I was aware that, there might be something coming. But yeah, and they're cool. It's sort of like a filler episode, right? It's just giving you some content, cool, but nothing to blow you away in terms of new stuff.
There you go. That is the mission statement of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast you just said there.
We're all filler.
All filler.
No killer.
No, absolutely not. Just, filling up the moments before the end. Transitional noise. So yeah, 170 points now, Phil, for an Azrael. So he's now movement 6, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2, strength toughness 4, 7 wounds, which I think makes sense because I think he was 6 before. 6 attacks, which feels about the same. Leadership 9 and a 2+ save. He's equipped with bolt pistol. Why do they never give Primaris characters heavy bolt pistols?
Interesting. I think the heavy bolt pistol is reserved for the Blade Guard style models.
Yeah.
So I imagine the
and the assault
captain
marines,
and lieutenant.
the assault intercessors have them.
Yeah, they definitely the heavy bolt pistols are not a different type
heavy
of
bolt
pistol.
pistols. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I guess standard.
Reavers
pattern
have them
ones
as well.
just
Reavers have them.
No, they have. Don't they have bolt carbines?
Bolt carbines
or
or heavy bolt pistols, or maybe they didn't have heavy bolt pistols. You're right.
Because the heavy bolt pistols are really big.
Yes,
like they're really long,
yeah. No, I don't
whereas
think
they
the
have
Reavers
slightly
have them,
different ones.
Well, fair enough.
But odd that he doesn't even get like a master-crafted bolt pistol.
Well, Azrael in it.
I'm not even. It's odd because I guess it's on his model, but it's not obvious. Like you can't see it from the.
He
pictures.
keeps it under his skirt.
Well, yes,
that's what it is. That's on it. He's got it on his ankle.
Yes, or under his little what they call the robed men.
The Watcher in the Dark.
Exactly, it's under his robe.
Yeah, maybe. Although I think it's heavily implied that underneath the robe of a Watcher in the Dark is like a black hole or something. They're like ridiculous.
Not a Jawa.
No, not a Jawa. Like they're like anti-existence or something.
Oh, okay. I would like it to be some kind of like literal shadow creature.
That's essentially what it is. Yeah, because they're nulls to the. They're like Sisters of Silence, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the warp can't sort of touch them because they're all like nebulous.
Interesting. Although I think isn't the current one, isn't it wearing mini power armor?
What, the Azrael one?
Yes, if you look by its
God,
foot,
I'm gonna now have to
I
and
seem
find a
to
picture of
recall
new Azrael.
that there's that it's got. You can see its foot and it has power armor on.
Well, I think. Oh, there's an interesting turn of events. Hang on, I'm gonna look up the Azrael Mini and have a little look-see. Oh yeah, he's got a little power armored booty on, hasn't he? But then that is indicative of the old miniature as well. The old Mini also had a little power armored booty.
But did it?
Or did it?
Oh, I didn't realise.
No, maybe it didn't. Yes, it did. Yeah, it did have a little footy.
Oh wow!
Was,
at least it's
same.
consistent.
Well, indeed. Maybe I like the idea that it just wears one shoe. That's the one that it sort of displays.
Yes.
Again, going on the ankle theme, it's doing that kind of like Victorian pornography thing where it's like a little bit of ankle.
Exactly. Well, maybe it's more like Cinderella, and Azrael went around all of like the Rock trying to find the right one that would fit the power armored boot, and this was the Watcher that it fitted on, and he's like, "You're with me now. You get to carry my stuff around as a reward."
If the boot fit, you must. No, I can't come up with anything other than the old
commit.
You must commit. That's it. There you go. Hey, good work. Why I couldn't see that. Anyway, it's got a bolt pistol, which is a bolt pistol. By the way, as well, a heavy bolt pistol, range 18. Have you clocked that?
Oh no!
Mental.
Quite useful. I mean, when Blade Guard, that's their only shooting. That's fair enough.
Yeah, but like
normally
pistols, mate. Come on.
It should be 12 inches. But yeah, I know.
They've lost their minds. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Well, it's an extra long barrel. It's a big gun.
That's true.
It's basically the size of a normal rifle on old Marines.
That's fair. That is a fair point. He's got the Lion's Wrath, which is a mastercrafted plasma gun, which is rapid fire 1, strength 8, -4, 2 damage, right? Before selecting a target, select one or both of the profiles with then each time you attack his main weapon, subtract 1 from hit rolls. Interestingly, his plasma gun doesn't have the overcharge ability.
I noticed that too, and I was like, oh, is it just because it's combi, or is it because it's master crafted, so therefore it's technically always overcharged because it does 2 damage? It doesn't do the mortal wounds though, does it? Or kill himself, obviously. So
No,
taking
yeah,
that bit out.
So essentially it's got the overcharged profile because it's strength 8, -4, 2 damage, so fair. Yeah, all right.
So why
fair
would you
enough.
ever run it on the lower one if you go, you can do the super overcharge, but you're never going to kill yourself because we don't want someone to do that.
No, we don't want someone to do that, no.
But that was always like one of the weird, like, not somewhat janky, but also fun things that you can do is you egg your opponent into going, go on, just overcharge it. What's the worst that's going to happen? And they like roll a 1 and then they re-roll it and it's a 1 again. And it's like, oh, okay, you're dead now.
I've legit lost Azrael to overcharging a plasma gun. It's happened. It legit has happened. So
It can be one of those things. Just happens.
But now it can't happen.
No,
it's not a
no,
thing
it
that
can't.
happens at all anymore. He's got the Sword of Secrets, which makes him strength 7, -4, 3 damage. Each time attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound. In addition, it's a pretty good sword to be fair, especially with 6 attacks, 7 on a charge or being charged or heroic intervention. Not too shabby. And then frag and crack grenades. He's an angel of death. He's got inner circle, so he can only be wounded on 4s.
So
That's
transhuman.
fun. Yeah, because he's transhuman all the time. And also, what's the other thing that he gets? He'll also get all of the cool Death Wing stuff off the back of that as well, potentially. Or does he? Is he Death Wing? He should be Death Wing. I'm fairly oh yeah, there he is, Deathwing in a circle. Yeah, he's Deathwing. So so he will get re-rolls against monsters and things with more than wounds and all that good stuff. So he's a beefy boy. He's a chapter master, so he gets the things that chapter master gets. He's got rights of battle, which is the thing that captains get. He's got the Watcher in the Dark, which is once per battle, this model can attempt to deny the witch as if it were a psyker. If you're attempting to deny Chaos Psychic powers, you can re-roll the deny test. What I would say about that just quickly is I feel like, Azrael's Watcher in the Dark should be a bit better than the average Watcher in the Dark. It feels like it would have been cool if it was just an auto deny, Like, once per game, no.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Or like the Black Templars just deny up on a 4+. Or just make it a deny, but once per turn rather than once per game.
Yeah, that would be cool actually if it was once. If he just basically could deny like he was a psychic.
Just gets a free deny a turn. That would seems fair enough.
Yeah, really cool as well. He's a supreme tactician. So if he's your warlord, you gain an additional 2 command points, which is massive.
Yeah, that's good.
That's really, really
especially
big.
if you're doing GT stuff with the Arcs of Omen detachments, and CP is quite limited to start off with, so that's pretty cool.
And then if your army is battle forged in the, you got the Lion's Helm, which is an aura, which is while friendly Dark Angel infantry or Dark Angel biker unit is within 6 of this model, it gains a 4+ invulnerable save against ranged attacks, which again is pretty tasty because a lot of people at the moment will still rock the Thunderhammer Storm Shields because it gives you the 4+ invuln and obviously the 1+ armor save, which becomes a 0+ armor save and cover. But hang on, now I'm talking out my bottom because I've forgotten that Space Marines don't pay for that upgrade anymore. So no, fine. Basically, it's just useful, but it's not.
That's just one unit, though, right?
It's not any unit.
Oh, is it? Oh,
any unit within 6 of him has a 4+ invuln.
Oh, that's pretty good then.
It's pretty amazing. Again, if you were looking at like green wing options, Azrael's pretty tasty. And if he's your warlord, you get the brilliant strategist warlord trait, which is also really strong because it's the CP farming thing. So you're going to be able to get 8 CP, and then you're going to be able, if you're playing an Arcs of Omen match play game, and then you're going to be able to keep farming CP or getting CP back as you're spending. And he's actually probably one of the better Space Marine characters. I mean, to be honest with you, I think he's pretty up there now. I mean, he's as good as or better than Dante, for example. So, and Dante features quite heavily in lists at the moment because he gives you an extra 1 command point, which makes a big difference to Blood Angels. But also he's got some other fun little tricks that you can do. But like Azrael seems strong, man. Like 170 points. He's a good option. I rate him.
Yeah, I think the 4-up invuln's quite a nice one.
Yeah, big time.
Especially
him and a bunch of
you can do that on a load of Gravis stuff. Makes
yeah.
Really
Not just
enjoyable.
Gravis, mate. You can do it on Centurions.
Oh god, yeah, because they'd be infantry. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like, well, maybe not Centurions so much because they don't
Great
benefit
for was it Green Wing if you're doing it on the bikers?
Yeah, well,
admittedly, you'd only keep up with them turn 1. Like,
well, all the bikers are any biker that's in Dark Angels becomes Raven Wing, and then they've got 4-up invuns anyway.
So they don't get it don't have to move to get it though. So like turn 1 if your opponent goes first.
In the first turn, it's you have to have moved. Basically, like it's a wording of if you didn't move in the wording was specific that you got your
still
invuns
benefited from turn 1.
From turn 1.
Okay,
So
you
the
don't
only
need it for
variable is that you need to have advanced to give yourself the 4-up invun, but there's a strat you can do. So you'd start with the 5-up invun, and then it becomes a 4-up invun once you advance, which you're going to do a lot of. The thing is, at the moment, though, is the Raven Wing is so strong for Dark Angels that, you know, a character that's awesome like Azrael going into those armies is no bad thing because he's still really good. It's just that he's maybe not adding enough because obviously most people are running Deathwing, Ravenwing, who get the benefits of him already because they've already got the invuns. So I guess you could build interesting lists around him, though. He's another one of those characters, right, where it would be so cool if we had like a kind of Stern Guard equivalent unit within the Primaris range, right? Like he's another one of those miniatures where I'm like, it'd be so cool if we had a good veteran intercessor rule, you know?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I could imagine that at some point in next year or so that would be on the cards. Like it feels like, I mean, maybe they're going to do more of a successor stuff because they've obviously done Black Templars. Maybe they're going to do more Dark Angels because obviously they've got this guy. But they might do more releases down the line, and then Blood Angels as well. And then Space Wolves. So they've done all the major sort of sub factions that are uniquely looking, at least in terms of models and units to an extent. But Stern Guard, and what's the other one that's the more close combat-y version of Stern Guard? Vanguard. Yeah, I could imagine those coming at some point for Primaris. That'd be
cool. That'd be cool. Because that's the thing with Az back in the day, and I used to run Az a lot. I used to take him with Dark Angel Veterans, which was the specific Dark Angel veteran squad. So that was those cloaked chappies that you could take. So I used to run them with as his kind of entourage, and that was quite cool. But like the thing is, now that he is Primaris, you may as well. It feels sort of weirdly out of sync not to have other Primaris miniatures with him, which is weird because I know obviously I've been very vocal in the past about Dark Angels going Primaris, but at this point I've kind of long since. I said it when we first reviewed this miniature. I'm kind of at that point now where it's like, oh, Games Workshop don't care, so why should I? You know, it's like whatever. I'm off my soapbox on that one now. I'm just like, all right, cool.
Yeah,
you know,
it just is what it is.
Well, exactly. Primaris is just Space Marines now. Like, there is no division between Firstborn and Primaris anymore in terms of the way that they are positioning the stories. Anytime you like read or engage with a new Warhammer 40,000 novel, book or whatever, it's rare that you end up in situations where Primaris Marines interact with Firstborn. They're usually it's just all Marines, isn't it? Early on in like the 8th and 9th kind of hype train, there was a little bit of a mention here and there about Firstborn Marines interacting with Primaris Marines, but these days it doesn't seem nearly as prevalent.
Yeah, like they did the whole thing about grey shields in the Indomitus Crusade story, and then they are actually part of the rules from Vigilus, not the Warzone ones, but the previous one where it was the Vigilus campaign books for 8th edition. That was quite cool. They had their own rules and was like part of the story as well, and it'd be great to bring them back as like, I don't know, a unit or a special rule or a stratagem upgrade, which is kind of what it was before, as a way of representing them in game with actual rules, or like armies of renown where you could, build a Grey Shields army that way, which I think there was at one point.
There was
but I think it was Crusade specific one. Yeah, there was a Crusade set rules with Custodes where you could take Grey Shields as well, I think.
Yeah, there's technically been 3 flavours of them, right? There's been the Grey Shields detachment, which was from Vigilus in 8th edition. So the Grey Shield detachment was essentially a Marine thing that could choose a different Marine chapter.
Yes, your chapter tactics, you could change mid-game, right?
Yeah, every turn you pick like new chapter tactics. And then there was the Crusade force that they added to a White Dwarf issue, so they came up with Crusade rules for the Grey Shields. And technically, even though this is a weird technically scenario, the Death Watch kill team cohort thing where you took different kill teams had the flavour of the Grey Shields because it had the same thing where you could just pick different chapter tactics every turn. So it was like the same gimmick as the old detachment done over. So yeah, like I think that's the thing. I think Grey Shields have had like nice representation. I have been painting Grey Shields, sporadically over the last couple of years. My aspiration was to have a Guilliman Grey Shield army because I just liked the idea of the Grey Shields as a concept, but I've not really had much success in kind of keeping up on that paint style of things because my hobby time is always split between editing this stuff, painting other stuff for other events or what have you. So it's always just been one of those things where I've always just struggled to keep on top of it. But whatever the case, Azrael looks cool. Rules-wise, like him a lot. I'm going to go away and muck around with writing some lists with him in and thinking about what kind of options he represents. Because I'm convinced that there is still value in the main Dark Angels tactical doctrine where you get to use assault and rapid fire weapons while in combat. I feel like there's something to that. And he obviously offers you such incredible durability to the units with the 4-up Invuln aura. So feels like there must be something to him somewhere, but who knows? We'll see if we ever figure it out. I feel like with this edition though, as much as I enjoy still mucking around with lists, because 10th edition is just like literally around the corner, I'm not going to be rushing out and buying a whole heap of new miniatures to facilitate this army list because it's like, what's the point? Right. I mean, I wrote an army list today for Vashdor or whatever he's called. Vashnir.
Yeah, Vashdor. Yeah.
Vashdor, yeah. Because his rules came out alongside Az. We're going to talk about that in the next episode, so I'm not going to get into it. But I mucked around with lists for it. Because have you seen the Vashdor ability that he gives for his Army of Renown?
No.
So basically, he lets demon engines be in all 3 of the Chaos Space Marine doctrines, which essentially means you get like exploding 6s on like everything. So if you remember the Chaos Space Marine doctrine, it was, rather than the Devastator doctrine where they add AP, they basically get heavy weapons that hit on 6s, get 2 hits. Like, that's the gimmick for Chaos Space Marines. But that rolled from heavy to rapid fire to melee. But in Vashdor's Army of Renown, demon engines get to use all 3 all the time.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So I was looking at the Forge World. Are they called Desolators or whatever they're called? In fact, I'll tell you exactly what they're called. They're called...
Oh, the little gribbly walkers, the corn ones.
Yeah, the Decimator. Yeah, the Decimator, which is the...
Beautiful old mini.
Well, the thing about the Decimator is it does mortal wounds when it hits when it hits you, it just does mortal wounds.
Hold on. I know you're thinking about the one that's got the 2 guns in each arm, right? That does...
Yeah, the soul burners.
Shooting. Oh, those ones. Yeah, okay. They're not the ones I was thinking of, but they're good as well.
Yeah. So basically, they do mortal wounds on hits and stuff. So basically, any 6s would become like multiple hits, basically. So they get like 12. They get like, I think their shots are like 2d3 or something. So I think you can get up to 12 shots out of it. So, you know, that being able to do the explodey thing, and then some Mauler Fiends and Forge Fiends and Venom Crawlers, you know. Oh, and a Lord of Skulls, of course. I put that in the list as well.
You didn't want to do the Forge World Kaitan?
Kata!
Yeah.
No.
Which is Lord of Skulls on legs.
Yeah, the Lord of Skulls is better than the Kata, in my opinion.
Yeah, classic Games Workshop.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah. The Forge World stuff, bonk. Their stuff, top shelf. But yeah, so that was it. I was just basically looking at Demon Engines and mucking around with it. So yeah. I sent the list to Joe, right? And I will quote Joe, our resident Chaos Space Marine player. That's a brilliant list, is what he said.
Ooh.
I don't know. Yeah. I imagine he's probably out there buying it right now.
Yes.
Pulling on Liam's coat. Liam!
Daddy, buy it for me.
Buy me this, Liam. Buy. They're doing all right, old Liam and Joe, though, these days, aren't they? They're doing all right. Have you watched his Liam and Joe show that they're doing?
I caught a bit of one, recently. Yeah.
It's like a worse version of the Lookout Sir.
Oh.
No, actually, it's probably better. I speak entirely from jealousy. No, it's fun. No, I'm happy for him, though, really. I mean, it's awesome. You know, it seems like they're doing pretty well over on that side of things, so that's cool. Check them out, everybody. Give them a go. But don't stray too far, because Lord knows we need you.
Exactly. Don't pause this and go off to listen to them. Listen to us first, then go off. Then go off. Absolutely. But you got to come back next time. Got to come back next time.
Yeah. But otherwise, man, I mean, what have you been doing? You've been doing all sorts, and you've been quite entrenched in your own little hobby projects. I just don't know what they are.
Well, yes. So I've been doing shop stuff.
Oh, yes, that's right.
But not
beyond
just
the tabletop.
Beyond the tabletop. Yeah. So I'm in the middle of making a bunch of different kits. One of them is a conversion kit for the Lehman Russ plastic turret. Basically, so you can cut out the front bit, so you can mount either my own turret weapons or the Forge World ones onto them, and you could potentially magnetize it as well. So you could swap them all out. So it just gives you a slightly different look to your turret weapons. And there's a little hood piece as well, which sort of blends it all seamlessly and makes it look quite nice. So I'm doing that as one of the kits. And then I'm also working on the Rogel Dawn. People have wanted my internal sponsons, but for them to be compatible with the Rogel Dawn. So I'm working on that as well at the moment. So they're the 2 shop kits that I'm in the process of. There's a bunch of others that I'm sort of starting or working on. And then when I haven't been doing that, I've actually been doing, hold on, let me just double check the name of it. Soul Shackle. I've been doing all the terrain for that. So I've pretty much, as of today, finished building all the terrain for Soul Shackle. So that's one half of boarding actions. We've still got the Gallow Dark terrain. I say we, it's in my shed, but it will be for the use of both of us. So I've still got that lot to build as well. So yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised, by it. The issue with the plugs fitting in being really stiff, I haven't noticed myself. And I don't know if it's because it's Soul Shackle, not the original Gallow Dark. And maybe it was more of a problem on the Gallow Dark one, even though it should all be mostly the same. I'm not sure. And you know what? Even the hollow, the hologram deck design and the control panels and stuff. Now I've built them, I don't mind them. I think when I first looked at them, I wasn't a fan. I think the hollow table probably looks better without little consoles on the side. So I've only glued on one so far, but I might take that one off. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting more of that done. I've got the Shadow Volts upgrade set to do next, which has got cool sentry guns, which is the thing I'm most excited about. And then I'll go and do the other half of the boarding actions by doing the Gallo Dark Terrain. Then, once that's all done, I can actually get around to start painting it, which will take me months and months and months. So I'll try and do it as quick as possible so it doesn't take quite so long.
Can you not just use one of those like techniques where you just like slap paint on it and call it a day?
That's pretty much what I'm going to do. My plan is...
You're going to do it in a fill type way where it takes you forever?
Well, here's the thing. I do want to do a good job on it, but I don't necessarily want to paint every single little thing. No. I want to sort of airbrush in the main colours and like the metallics and stuff. And then I'll probably do like an oil wash on it. And I do have the Dirty Dan Rust effect, which I've never tried, so I'm quite tempted to experiment with that on it as well, because I've seen quite a few people do that to varying degrees of, success. So that should be quite good as well to help speed up some of the elements. And it might be a case of I'll just do that initially, and then it's playable, and then I can go back in and redo all the console details and paint in all the lights and stuff like that, to make it pop later on. Although in theory it'd be better to do that all first and then do things like the oil wash afterwards and the transfers and stuff. So we'll see. Even if I just get the base coats down, that should be enough at least for a gaming purpose to start off with. I have to say the one negative of it is because obviously you get a load of walls, and all the walls are designed to have like half columns. So, and then you got a load of spare half columns. So the idea is you can join them together or join the walls together, and then you get a little column cap that you then attach. So the idea is it's very modular. The downside is I've just got a box full of stuff, and there's tons of little bits everywhere. It's not just like big wall pieces and that's it. That would almost feel a bit more practical to use, but it's a load of walls, a load of column pieces, and a load of these like top caps sort of strewn in this box suddenly. And it's just like, it's kind of impractical on a storage level to have loads of tiny little bits that you could potentially lose. If it was, I'd almost rather like, I mean, the fact that all the walls are flat is quite good because you can stack them quite easily. Although it would be almost more practical to assemble all the walls and attach them into a bunch of varying shapes. Like, here's an L shape, here's a T shape, here's an H shape. These are your like core components, and you've got like 5 of those. And then the maps are made out of all of these bigger wall segments. And you could, I mean, it does limit the designs a little bit more, but I think from a practical point of view, that would be a bit handy to have less pieces overall. Even if it means less choice. But the fact it's very modular, I guess, is a big plus. So yeah, that's quite cool so far. So that's what I've been doing hobby-wise. What about you?
I'm surprised, Phil. I was expecting you to shout out that nice person on Instagram who gave you the axe you were looking for.
Oh. Well, I mean, I already did shout them out on my Instagram. Which arrived today. Do you want the backstory?
What's that for, though? What's that for, Phil? What's the axe for?
So,
also, the name of the individual I'm just looking right here was called, is that Chef or Chief? Chief Willis. Chief Wills?
Chief Wills, I think it was.
Whatever.
Yeah,
that guy. Well done.
Yes. So I had recently gone to an exhibition in Oxford. I can't quite remember the name, but it was all about Minos, which is where the legend of the Minotaur in the Labyrinth comes from. And it was like talking about the history of that, the history of the legend, and the actual archaeological dig and site of this whole location. And while I was reading that at the exhibition, there was a whole thing about the two-headed axe is like a symbol of Minos, and basically it was an executioner's axe, And I think there was even some speculation by the original archaeologists that the term, oh God, was it? I don't think it was labyrinth. I think it was Minos, actually meant something like executioner's axe. Anyway, the double-headed axe is a symbol closely tied to the Minotaur and the labyrinth. And I wanted to then, after having gone to that exhibition, to incorporate that into my Minotaurs army. And I already had a plan for my Justiciar, who is effectively an executioner, Space Marine guy. I was originally going to use the Black Templars upgrade kit, which has a relic sword, which has like a sort of flat little head end, which looks like a nicer version of the Justiciar sword. But after having gone to this exhibition, I decided I need to get a double-headed axe, because that would tie in very nicely to both the theme of the army and also the Justiciar model. And, so that's why I was then trying to look for a double-headed axe. I think we in our chat group were I'd seen one online that was very similar, and we were trying to work out where it was from. And I think it was this one, which was a Thunderwolf cavalry axe, basically, is where I worked out it was from in the end. And then I asked around on Instagram. Loads of people actually got in touch offering me the piece, some of them which were abroad, and I didn't want postage to be too much, and a few people from the UK, so I sort of prioritised those for people that had it. Some people didn't have it, and they thought they might have, and then Chief Wheels did. So thanks very much to him and to everyone else that had helped me find the piece. So yes, at some point I'll get round to doing the Justiciar with this double-headed axe. And probably like a cool, like holding it in both hands pose, maybe. I'm not too sure. I have to have a play around with the miniature, I think, and then work out what I'll do with them.
Well, fair. Danvers did an incredible job with turning one of those into Astaroth, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah. No, he's done some great kit bashes.
To be fair, he's just painfully good at all that sort of stuff, isn't he? It's always just one of those things with old Danvers where you look at what he's doing, you're just like...
Yes, he's a proper hobby champion. He loves his kit bashing. He paints really well. He's a very nice bloke, which is annoying. And he's really good at doing terrain. He's got the package, basically. He is the, 10 out of 10 girlfriend that you could want in a hobbyist.
Yeah, no, that's it. He's a hobby 10.
For sure. And, I'm surprised he doesn't have a Knight of the Inner Circle, to be honest.
Well, they don't just give those to just anyone, mate, But look, on my side of things, I've been playing a few games lately. I've been trying to work out the list that I'm taking to Warhammer Fest in April, because that's coming around. So I'm pretty confident now that Agents of the Imperium have made their ways into regular arcs books, that I think I've cracked it now. So I'm going to take Cotiers in my Imperial Knight army. So that should be fun. So mucking around with that list for Warhammer Fest. And then
have you got him, or you got to paint him?
Yeah, I got an original metal Cotiers mini. I need to paint him, but I own him. I need 2 more Armiger Warglaves, but Joe's very kindly sorting that out for me. So that's good. He's going to paint those up for me, because basically he painted all the other knights. I thought he should probably do those for continuity's sake. That's what I'm looking at on that side of things. I mean, I've been mostly building stuff at the moment. I just restored my unit of Space Marine Heroes Terminators. Got them all paint stripped and re-primed. Because originally I was going to use those Space Marine Heroes Terminators in my Blood Ravens army. So I did all of the Xenofold metal undercoats, and then I'd used Tamiya red, so cherry red Tamiya, and applied that all over the top. So I basically had cherry red metallic Terminators. But I was like, I probably am never going to use those in Blood Ravens. So I decided to strip them all back and just give them a grey undercoat. So at the moment I've got about 12 Space Marine Hero Terminators that I've managed to chop up into 2 5-man squads of Terminators.
What are you going to paint them as? Do you know yet?
Don't know at the moment. Most of my philosophy at the moment is just build stuff, right? I've got way too much stuff unassembled, and I just think to myself, my philosophy at the moment is just build. Get stuff done. I built 30 Corsairs. I built, refurbished those kits. All I want to do is build the stuff that I want, get it primed, put it in boxes, so as I can use them as gaming pieces if I so choose to. But ultimately, I've got them ready, and when I'm ready to paint them, they'll be ready to paint. But at the moment, it's just been, get them painted, get sand down on the base, do a simple xenofold for most of them. So most of them I've just been doing with Mechanica standard grey spray undercoat, and then I've been using Grey Seer spray over the top just to do a really basic xenofold. So that's it, really. That's been the essentials of what I've done. I've built loads of Gloomspike Gits. So I've built pretty much all my Gloomspike Git stuff and based and undercoated all of that. So I built 4 different Underworlds gangs. So I got the 3 Goblin gangs. I've done all of those.
Nice.
And I've just done the Iron Jaws... not Hard Boys, the Iron Jaws Brutes gang. I forget the actual name of the actual warband or gang or whatever they're called. But
not the very original one
not
from the original Underworlds.
Not the Hard Boys ones. The other one. So it's a unit of 3, and they're really cool. Really cool minis. I like those.
Do you need the Hard Boys ones? Because I do have them.
Oh, I'll take them, mate. That way I've just got them all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of resigned to the fact that I'm probably not going to play Underworlds.
Mate,
again.
no, please. I mean,
or if I am, probably not with them. Although they were quite fun to play with. But yeah, so you can probably have them.
Oh, thank you, mate. That's very kind. Well, there you go. That way I've basically got every Gloomspite and Iron Jaws gang then. That'd be great.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, well, it was cool to have, so I thought, yeah, that's wicked. So
yeah,
anyway,
the Gloomspike Git Battle Tomes coming soon, I think. It's not...
Already out. I bought it a few weeks back.
Oh, was it out? Oh.
Yeah, it's out. Really good book, really fun. It's got lots of interesting stuff in it. If you want to go really, competitive with it, trolls are really good now. But, the thing is that there's a lot of finesse in it, a lot of fun things you can do with it. I haven't really started writing lists for it at the moment. I'm just building stuff. So yeah, I've been building fanatics and squig riders and maulers and all that kind of stuff. The one thing I don't,
because I presume it's got all the Underworld's warbands as own unique units in there as well. Has it got? Is it Mogroth, the one where it's just the troll and the little guys?
Oh, that's true. I haven't got Mogroth. There you go. Look, there you are. You're coming at me. Yes, he is in there, but I haven't got him. I haven't got the troll one. So I need to get the troll one as well. I picked up the Goblin Palooza because it's just such a cool unit.
Yes,
that?
the new
So
one
good.
with the little knight goblin riding the squig.
You're talking about the Underworld thing. I'm talking about the old Gloomspite thing, which is basically you've got a... there's one on a mushroom. There's one with dancing on top of the head of one of the other ones. But there's a bunch of different ones.
Yes, I think I know the one.
Yeah, but they're super fun. I mean, that's the thing. I love the aesthetic, the visuals of the Gloomspite Gits. So yeah, no, I'm dead in favour of it. I think it's super fun. So yeah, but mostly just building stuff at the moment. I bought a load of Duncan Rhodes cases.
Oh, paints. Cases. Oh, you mean the what are they called? I would say easy box is something.
Yeah,
like that.
whatever those boxes are. So I bought a bunch of those, and I've got the magnetic paper or whatever it is that you put underneath it. Phil's just looking at what one of those really useful boxes is called. This is quality podcast content.
It doesn't say on it. Sorry, I can't.
I think it is really useful though.
Really useful. Yes, that's it.
Yeah. So just dabbling, mate. You know me, keeping a hand in. The Warhammer Fest event is really the only major thing.
Is that really in April?
April 28th, I think. Yeah.
Oh, so that's. I guess that's just shy of 2 months. It's not super close, but it's more close. I'm meant to be doing a singles friendly 40k event.
Yeah.
I then decided that I would do the doubles AOS with Sean, which I've got the army for because I'm just going to reuse my Nighthawks for that.
Strong.
Although it would be nice to touch up some of the stuff on it. And then I also signed up for Golden Demon, and I was going to pick a few things that I've already got and just make them much nicer. But I'm tempted to return the 40k ticket if I'm doing the doubles, because I don't want 2 of the 3 days to just be gaming.
No,
I'd rather 1 day of gaming, maybe another day of casually just grabbing a table and playing some games with some friends if needed. I'm almost like going, maybe I should return the Golden Demon ticket now. If I've got time, it'd be. I wanted to basically do my Inquisition warband and update the paint schemes on a lot of them and do that as for the unit entry, because I think they're okay painted and they're all really nicely converted. So if I could get a pin for that, that would be amazing. But I feel like I need to fix a few things on some of them, because like the Demon Host is a bit broken at the moment, so he needs fixing, repainting, and doing a bit more work on. So yeah, I'll see about that one.
Well, best of luck to you, buddy.
Yes, and I've been thinking about boarding actions and what I want to build and paint up for that. And I've been reading all about the Caldron Overlords because that came out. I'm still drawn to them. Part of me really wants them. Maybe one day I can manage to resist so far, because I've just got so much on my plate to get done in like the immediate future, of which a lot of this will be terrain ahead of me.
I was going through the backlog, right? So as I was doing so, I built all the Gloomspite stuff I've got. Now, I originally got rid of a load of Gloomspite stuff, and by get rid of, I gave it to Joe to sell on my behalf, because I was just like, I just can't deal with it, Joe. Just you take it and deal with it. But Joe, being Joe, has done nothing with it. So I was getting stuff back from him, and that's like, oh my God, look at all this, because all of a sudden you're like, oh, I got this and this to add back into the collection, which is cool, because it's been really good just to sort of build some of that stuff. But then I'm going through like the backlog, and I'm getting to like these clumps of like different armies that I've started. So like I came across the Black Templar clump, and I was like, oh my God, like even just like the Black Templar stuff where you're like, right, well, start building these, I guess. But it's like, yeah, I've got, for like Black Templars, I've got 2 Primaris Crusade squads, a couple of Sword Brethren boxes, all the characters, all the new Primaris plastic characters, the Castellan, all that stuff. You're just like, God, that's just one thing. Like, like you're going through it, you're like, got the Emperor's Champ and all that good stuff. I mean, they're gorgeous miniatures, right? And I really desperately want to build and just build them basically at this point. But yeah, it's just that point where I'm like, at some point, I'm basically going through the process where I'm like, I will build as much as I can build. I will store them all, but then I will get to a point where it's like anything extra, I'm just like, it's time to just unburden myself of these extras. And at this point, right, like I know I say this a lot when it comes to this stuff, my goal is that I'm going to build as much as I can build this year, but by the end of the year, anything that hasn't gotten built is basically like, I have to assert that this is never going to find, I'm never going to find the time.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. I mean, a year of building is a lot of build time, because to me, especially if you're just building and not converting or doing anything drastic with it, it's relatively quick. Not as quick as it could be or should be like, or was back in the day when you'd open a blister pack, pull off the tabs, like the metal tabs, like twist them off with your hand, maybe clean up the mold lines, glue them to the base, and you were done for the most part. Sometimes you
drive me incredibly insane.
It takes forever. Like, it still took a while with all of this boarding actions, Gallo Dark terrain, but could have been a lot worse. And I don't think it's as bad as, say, the Imperialist terrain with all the Gothic columns and stuff like that.
Yeah, God, the Imperialist terrain.
I think a lot of the infantry tends to be better because quite often you can hide mold lines or seams of like the joins underneath other bits, like the way they fit together, and then you stick.
Yeah, but you don't learn where those
hide.
are. You don't learn
till
where
afterwards.
Till afterwards, and
yeah,
the thing is
true.
the process is like, you know, I'm very, very systematic about it in so much as I clip out everything and I organize them into their little clumps, so as I know the bits that go with the bits, right? So you sort of, you know, you organize them all into, right, clip, 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 go together. And then you systematically then move into the cleaning stages. But the cleaning stage takes you to a point where you're like, okay, cool. And then you start building it. And then when you build it, you realize, I didn't really need to clean that particular detail because a cape covers it up. But you don't know that in the moment. You're just going like, oh yeah.
Interesting. I think when it comes to infantry, at least, I will obviously clip them off the sprue, clean up the points, like the gates, where it joins the sprue. So I cut those bits off. Then I'll assemble it all, I think. And then I will, once the model's built, I will then remove the mold lines from the mini. Because the mold lines don't get in the way of the assembly. So and that way you're only then cleaning up the bits that are needed.
Yeah, but I find it, you know, the awkwardness is it takes more effort to clean the thing when it's in weird angles.
Yes, no, that's fair enough. Yeah, I think sometimes I'll do a bit of both, where it's like maybe I'll do a bit, like I'll do a quick pass on the model. Sorry, when it's a single piece, and then once it's on the model, at the end I'll do like another pass and go over them. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, because I think with the Gallo Dark stuff, I basically was like, clip all the bits off, clean those bits up, assemble it all, and then go round once with a knife to double trim the joins of the sprues, and then use a mold line remover to go over everything else, and then go back in with a knife just to do the mold lines in the really fiddly bits where the mold line remover can't fit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a bit of a process.
Oh, ain't it? Ain't it ever? Anyway, on the topic of processes, this one has now come to its conclusion. So thank you very much for listening, everyone. It's been a wonderful 150 episodes. Here's to another 150.
We've committed.
Or more.
We've said it now.
Maybe.
We're doing at least that.
Who knows?
See you in 5 years' time.
Jesus, could you imagine if we did this thing for 10 years?
Yeah, easily.
I would love that, Dan. Nothing would make me happier.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, we might do. We'll see how it goes, right? I mean, you know, we're halfway there. Well, we're not yet. We're still 3 months off 5 years. Let's not get distracted by that number.
That's true.
Great, cool. Bye, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.